That girl wicked and mild, always in the latest style. That the one who have no child. The big son feel he's a king, always in everything. Every parang function, every parang step, they bring him out and out. Swing thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. Say it father. Thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. Yes sir. My stepson half. Like me tea and your bunks to laugh. My biggest son named Barrel. He did make you quarrel. Quarrel for nothing. My outside child named Gang. What the son likes to beg. I have a son named Peters. I call him when I get the jitters. He live in Celox. The tiny daughter named Shot. You have to deal with she on the spot. Everywhere I go, everywhere I pass, they say that child not too hot. The last one named LLB. Up to now he don't talk to me. He say I pass him around too much for Christmas, but he don't mix with everybody. Thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. Say it father. Thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. Yes sir. Have a got an empire. That girl wicked and mild, always in the latest style. Like the one who have no child. The big son feel he's a king, always in everything. Every parang function, every parang step, they bring him out and out. Swing thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. Say it father. Thank you Fernandez. Thank you Fernandez. For naming me children. For naming me children. Thank you Angostura. You make me a proud father. It's better. I say baby, I must buy me punching, must buy me white curtain, must buy them children something. It's
de Belén, con una estrella en la frente para predicarle bien. Nació un profeta en el pueblo de Belén, con una estrella en la frente para predicarle el bien.
Alegría, alegría, se nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey del cielo.
La Virgen María y el Santo José son los padres buenos de ese niño rey. La Virgen María y el Santo José son los padres buenos de ese niño rey.
This is Caribbean Vibe.
Alegría, alegría, se nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey del cielo.
12 de la noche nació el verdadero y lo bautizaron día 6 de enero. 12 de la noche nació el verdadero y lo bautizaron día 6 de enero.
Alegría, alegría, se nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey del cielo. Alegría, alegría, se nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño.
Right now just like this, got your head back and your head gone. Way up there, she. Right now just like this, touch it tight, touch it tight, touch it tight all night. I tell she. Right now just like this, keep your head back and your head gone. Way up there, she. Right now just like this, she come in the party with she head back, 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 back. I wonder what she do to get she head so damn back, back. She said she drinking punching with beer and start winding up on her chair. Look, people, them start to stare. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh. The way she whine and getting on bad, crazy like she going mad. She say right now she feel right. I tell she whine out the like this. Touchy tight, touchy tight, touchy tight all night. I tell she whine out the like this. Got your head back and your head gone. Why I tell she whine out the like this. Touchy tight, touchy tight, touchy tight all night. I tell she whine out the like this. Keep your head back and your head gone. Why I tell she whine out the like this. The way that you whine and a bubble and girl, so you put me in a trouble and the way you move that waistline to the drum and the bassline, girl, look trouble now. The way she whine and going down low, like a CNC camel toe, cause everybody don't know. Oh lad, oh lad, oh. The way she getting on bad, crazy like she going mad. She say right now she feel tight. I tell she, whine out your tight it. She tight, she tight, she tight all night. I tell she, whine out your tight it. Put your head back and your head gone and your head mad. Whine out your tight it. Say she tight, she tight, she tight all night. I tell she, whine out your tight it. Put your head back and your head gone. Why I tell she, whine out your tight it. Girl, come on, buy me later. You know we are go fix that later. Girl, later go be greater. I hope you go to the helicopter. Girl, just rock and come over. Girl, just whine and bend over. Girl, just whine pan the thing, yeah. Hey, and whine out your tight this. She tight, she tight, she tight all night. I tell she, whine out your tight this. Got your head back and your head gone. Well, I tell she, whine out your tight this. She tight, she tight, she tight all night. I tell she, whine out your tight this. She head back and she head gone. Well, I tell she, whine out your tight this. She come in the party with she head back, bad, bad, bad. I wonder what she do to get she head so damn bad, bad. Like she mixing punching with beer and start whining like she don't care. Look, everybody starts there. Oh lord, oh lord, oh. The way she whine and getting on bad, crazy like she going mad. She say right now she feel nice. I tell she whine out your tightness. Yeah, hey, where I tell she whine out your tightness. Your head bad and your head good. Where I tell she whine out your tightness. Your head nice and your head right. Where I tell she whine out your tightness. Hey, what I'm saying? Where I tightness. The way you are whining a bubble and girl say you put me in a trouble and the way you move that baseline to the drum and the baseline can look trouble out. The way you mix and punching like that, unwinding up party. Oh nah, hey man, badada.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Alegría, alegría, que nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey Mesías.
En el comedero de aquel ganado, María parió el Dios soberano. En el comedero aquel ganado, María parió el Dios soberano.
Alegría, alegría, que nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey Mesías.
Nació un profeta en el pueblo de Belén, con una estrella en la frente para predicar el bien. Nació un profeta en el pueblo de Belén, con una estrella en la frente para predicar el bien.
Alegría, alegría, que nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, Jesús el niño, el Rey Mesías.
La Virgen María y el Santo José son los padres buenos de ese niño rey. La Virgen María y el Santo José son los padres buenos de ese niño rey.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Alegría, alegría, que nació el Señor para salvar al hombre y ser su redentor. Entregue una la Virgen María, paramos, 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 paramos. Ay, ay, ay. He's not a true story of rising his glory and saying he's coming back soon. If you hear Paradise School,
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
that's what he's at. Oh Maria, oh Madre mia, Jesus Christ is born on a Christmas Day, Madre mia. Sing a happy song, paramos, 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 paramos.
Morning, Lennox Smith. Go ahead, my brother.
Yes, indeed, of course. A pleasant good morning to all and sundry. You hear me loud and clear, my friend?
Loud and clear.
Of course, you Yes, of course. And he has to do something urgent this morning, so I'll be with you, of course, for a short while. Otherwise, of course, he take care of business because we are multitaskers. We are, of course, persons who have their own domestic and other economic areas to be satisfied, just as everybody else. But of course, the level of commitment and dedication cannot be questioned. And of course, I'm sure that one will appreciate that kind of human reality. And therefore, of course, from time to time, we may appear to be faltering, but no, that is just a notion, a perception. Fact of the matter is that we have other things just as everybody else to take care of. So that being as it may, of course, I am here until, of course, he returns to the mic and at central control. Remember, I do not have the ability to, of course, open the lines, etc., excepting, of course, because he's at central control and Mikey and I are in other places where, of course, based on security factors and other practicalities, because of course after all, the technology affords us that what I consider to be laxity or flexibility, and in present circumstance, well, certainly you would appreciate as a member of the public that of course these things are very, very important, especially in these times. After all, we want to make sure that 2025 comes and that we participate in the best possible way, utilizing, of course, our respective talents. That being as it may, let me go straight, of course, to the news, where, of course, some of the items. And I would like to know exactly what, because some of you are monitoring that, and we really appreciate that kind of what I consider to be reciprocity. As far as, of course, crime and criminality is concerned, and the amount of murders that have taken place for 2024 so far. That being as it may, let me, of course, once again welcome you, of course, to all and sundry, east, west, north, south, central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are streaming on the World Wide Web. A pleasure to you. This is, yes, the Tuesday edition of the Ground Report. Andy, Mikey, and myself. Of course, don't forget that from I think it's a little earlier now. That is how successful we have been with our association with Gael. So we may well get an extra hour earlier, or in fact to start, but I'm not going to, out of an abundance of caution, let me say that from 8 o'clock officially to 10 o'clock, we are on Gael Caribbean television, where of course we try to communicate with our Caribbean brothers and sisters who may or may not be in a similar situation, but because of the experience, we might be able to glean from each other solutions, because, of course, in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, there's only one solution, one fundamental solution, and that is to get rid of the PNM and Dr. Rowley and the shenanigans and, of course, contemporary disaster that they have brought on to Trinidad and Tobago in every respect and all aspect of life in Trinidad and Tobago. That being as me, of course, one of the things that I think we should start with is the failure of course, to pass that constitutionally we required, I think, is a 3/5 majority or a 3/4 majority, I believe it is. But that being as the fact is that in the Parliament, the Greater Autonomy for Tobago bill that has failed. We'll give you a little more details on it, and for those who may have, of course, missed it last night, of course, I was told that a 10-20 scenario existed, and therefore the question was being asked. Well, of course, I want to say upfront that there were two bills in fact. One was to give, of course, Tobago a greater autonomy. Well, that failed, but there was one earlier that, of course, was described in another way, but pertain to Tobago, and that one was, of course, passed because it didn't require that constitutional majority. But that being as it may, let me just say that as far as the headlines are concerned, the Chief Secretary no will to give Tobago autonomy. He's extremely upset about that. We will look at that in a moment. Of course, the government fails to get opposition support Tobago autonomy bill. That goes without saying now. And remember, of course, it was two bills. So I want to tell the caller who spoke on last night. Two of them, of course, one appeared to contradict each other. Well, no, there was no contradiction. There were two, and both parties were referring to one or the other of the two bills that were dealt with in the parliament yesterday. So nobody was really wrong, and nobody really didn't hear something that, of course, would have been otherwise a figment of their imagination. So let me just confirm that one time. Kamala EBC's boundary changes meant to benefit PNM. I thought I should read that very slowly. Kamala EBC's boundary changes meant to benefit PNM. And of course, Dr. Rowley in that light has said that CARICOM, no, we don't only want CARICOM observers, we want international observers beyond CARICOM, whether it be the Carter Foundation, whether it be, of course, the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth Secretariat. We would want them here as well as a minimum, not just CARICOM. Right? When Rowley talks about a particular situation as far as the election, as far as elections is concerned, he always has something up his pernicious sleeve to, of course, get an unfair advantage. So when he says that, if he says, of course, CARICOM, Carter Foundation, he has written to, as well as the Commonwealth Secretariat, then, of course, one must feel that, of course, he is sincere about making sure that international observers external to us are here. Of course, you would hear him speak that, and you will hear him, of course, once you hear him attempting to suggest that CARICOM is sufficient, don't trust him. That man always has something to get an unfair advantage, bordering on illegality. Not bordering, but of course, blatantly immoral and unethical, has no sense of right and wrong. And therefore, we must be able, of course, to be discerning of those facts. So when he talks about, if he didn't speak about the other fundamental elements that are supposed to be here to witness or to monitor our elections, national elections next year, then of course you know that he has something up his sleeve. So not just the CARICOM, we would want to see, and Dr. Oli has a responsibility, and if he doesn't, we will do it. We have already, of course, put pen to paper. We have already approached, of course, the EBC, etc. But we know that he has the ultimate responsibility. You see, he takes the Trinidad and Tobago people for granted. I believe that somehow they are so afraid of him, or he has created such or engaged in such scare tactics, whether it be attempting, of course, to use draconian and obsolete laws, such as this utilizing the Summary Offences Act to try to utilize the office of the Commissioner of Police to have his way by brutally, of course, stymieing people from protesting. Or, and don't tell me you don't understand what I'm talking about, because we were tear gas. I was tear gas. And of course, Mikey would have been one of those of the 34 persons who would have been charged, been held, charged for, of course, gathering. So we have been making that sacrifice. So we know And therefore, to say that that Rowley has given us some kind of what I consider to be appeasement gesture. No. We want the entire, so that we can say with confidence, as to the legitimacy and the sanity and the integrity of the next elections, having regard to Dr. Rowley's, of course, antecedent. He's undemocratic. And don't tell me that because he say he is democratic and that he says that he's going to, of course, allow or wrote to the Commonwealth Secretariat that is sufficient. No. We saw him operate in 2015. The courts have the information with respect to his involvement in influencing the chairman of the EBC to extend the time in 2015 as far as voting is concerned. And we, up to now, we don't know what the real benefits to the PNM that would have been. Of course, I wrote two on that particular matter, and I, of course, shared it with you, the response of the EBC, because my party, Laventille Outreach for Political Enrichment, had three candidates in that particular elections. And of course, I wanted to find out, well, in just so circumstance, if the UNC and the PNM would have got to wind of the extension of time, and the other smaller parties and of course independent candidates did not, well, whether or not we are entitled to get a refund. Each candidate, of course, costed us $5,000. Of course, they just simply referred, of course, to the regulations, and that was it, suggesting that they had no authority, of course, to make a decision to, of course, reimburse people who were not aware and were at a clear disadvantage. That being as it may, I just want to reinforce the point. We have an election coming up, and therefore we must be very and extremely vigilant, because it is about saving our democracy, saving our economy, and of course getting back to even keel with a people-centered administration. Clearly, Dr. Rowley and they has demonstrated they are about their lining their pockets, their one percenters, their friends, their family, and financiers, and of course, hell take the low or high road as far as the general population is concerned, and the increasing, of course, deterioration of our physical, economic, financial, and psychological circumstance brought on by the insensitivity of the Rowley administration. So Kamala Prasad is, of course, concerned about the report of the Election and Boundaries Commission and the changing of boundaries, and she made it very clear, and I think that is very pellucid. She said in non-certain terms that why it is, of course, if you're changing the boundaries or shifting polling divisions into one constituency as opposed to another, why it is you will shift. For example, she said, and I assume that is part of I have not gotten the opportunity to look at it, but I'm sure that she would have, that is in her interest, and to shift, of course, boundaries from between, of course, San Fernando East and West, of course, putting more emphasis as far as the Election and Boundaries report is concerned on San Fernando West. Why? Because effectively it is a marginal seat, and therefore moving people or electorates or polling divisions into that particular constituency from San Fernando East, where it has been dominated clearly by the PNM. It means therefore you're giving the PNM an advantage when you put more people from San Fernando East to San Fernando West. It's clear. And of course, she made a very valid point as well in addition to that, because of course, Oropouche East is in boundary with San Fernando West. Why didn't you take, of course, polling divisions from Oropouche and put it in San Fernando West. Why? So her argument is extremely valid. But I know at the end of the day, whether it's San Fernando East or San Fernando West and whatever configuration that, of course, they have adjusted in order to give the PNM an unfair advantage, the people will go out in their numbers. If it's 20,000, 20,000. So they don't have the opportunity to vote apart or anything of the sort. As this election is crucial, and I want to further emphasize young people that have reached the age of 18 last year, this year, and possibly next year before the next elections, you go and get registered because the country you have to save is your own. Let's go on. Pilots say Carl acting in bad faith after collective agreement signing stopped. So again, the pilots are on the rampage. They are extremely concerned. The Carl pilots, that is, as they expected, of course, to sign off on a collective bargaining arrangement that they assume was, of course, totally ready, and they just had to sign on the dotted line. Well, that signing has been postponed, and they have expressed their disappointment, of course, to those who are part of the trade union or not that has responsibility for pilots. So we await those developments. Woman's body found in Cuba. CPF new soca contest shows disregard for culture. Well, yes, I want to briefly, of course, talk about this because the CPF is supposed to be the entity that would have been, of course, promoting the soca show around Carnival time, but there was none this year, and of course they cited, of course, lack of financial support, etc. Well, of course, the government went ahead through the minister and therefore the Ministry of Tourism and responsibility for culture. You know what he did? They sent out, of course, requests for proposals, according to the minister, for persons to treat with soca. And of course, according to the minister, 3 responded, but CPF, that is the entity that has taken over, of course, from our good friend, and was running the show and producing the show all the time. They are saying that, listen, it is a disrespect, and they did not, of course, put in a proposal, and as a consequence, a different entity is now responsible for the Soca Monarch competition and will be funded by the government. Yeah, no consultation, of course, with those who, according to CPF, would have been over the years engaged. It means, therefore, the glitches that will be inevitable and the anticipated probably having regard to the track record of this government, the failure or lack of success of the next Soca Monarch competition. Once this government make an input in the way that they have intrusively, one could guarantee that it will be a failure, in spite of all of the money. Remember all the money they put in, of course, to get games played here, but of course at whether World Cup or otherwise at the Brown Lara Stadium Cricketing Academy, attempting to try to, with our money, replace the Queen's Park Oval, very historic, very iconic, etc. But they put it up there, and then of course the players and the officials who are to, of course, engage in the games. I think it was South Africa or one of those countries that said, listen, the pitch in fit for maybe a win ball match that we would play on any kind of ground in Trinidad and Tobago. So they have to spend additional money. In addition, of course, to the $1 billion that was spent before Rowley, and then he continued, according to him, 90 million, but we know it has been more, having regard, of course, to the fact that they cannot account for $3 billion, and that, of course, we know now that the overruns in Tobago is real. We know that what they would have told us that they paid to, of course, upgrade or complete the Brand Lara would be much, much, much more. But we wait for the new government, of course, to give us the true information with respect to this matter. Woman arrested for Tabakit robbery. Well, yes, there was a robbery, 2 men and a woman. So women are getting involved now in these, of course, what I consider to be crime against the person by trying to relieve people of their valuables and their property. So that is another issue that we have to look at in terms of the development. Quite apart, of course, from keeping our eyes on home invasions. And of course, we have another development as well where it may not be called home invasion, but certainly extortion. But I consider it to be business invasion as well, where people, of course, are going into businesses. Apart from robbing, they are taking, of course, goods off the shelf as well, and of course, making their escape or departure. Judges Tobago home broken into. Of course, but this victim is Andy's favorite judge. I know that he's going to want to comment on it when he returns. Of course, as Frank C. Prasad had to go to Tobago, has a private residence there. Of course, send his luggage in advance of him going there to work, of course, as a judge and preside over matters that is in his docket. But of course, when he got there, the place was ransacked, and of course, an entry by way of breaking one of the glass pane was evident, and of course, it raised the additional issue as to whether or not he was targeted, and having regard, of course, to his multiple complaints to the Commissioner of Police, the current Minister of National Security, reduced, of course, I'm talking about Hines, and yes, the Commissioner of Police, and I think he complained, to the Chief Justice, I believe, as well. I would expect that as well, and complaining that his security detail was removed from him. And of course, a part of that whole process is that when, of course, you had a PNM activists castigating him about, of course, a judgment with respect, of course, to the Inchel, the Inchan, and of course that of Coco, where of course he decided in favor of Inchan for, of course, defamation by Coco. That, of course, attracted the scathing and excoriating and humiliating and embarrassing statements, leading, of course, to bringing him into disrepute, if not his office. And of course, he complained accordingly. And I think what transpired is well known. I think she was taken off. Julia Davy was taken off, of course, the radio. I suppose that would have been one factor. But he continues, of course, to ask for the restoration of his security detail. And because of all the circumstances, and this is just the latest one, he had to, of course, hire private security, and therefore at his expense. Wow. All right. Former, yes, indeed, of course. A farmer executed at boss's Tabakit home. So this man knocking the door. That's how the story went. Knocking the door of his boss, and as the boss opened the door, there's somebody was pointing a gun at his head, and using him to get the boss man to, of course, open the door. He was then shot. The farmer was then shot, but the boss man was able to have a tangle, an encounter with the gunman, and he was able, of course, to take away the gun from the gunman. and the gunman fled. So that is a rare occasion. But when one sees their life, of course, being expired in front of them prematurely, people do fantastic things in order to save themselves. So I suppose this is one case. We wanted to tell that victim, or that would have been victim in terms of adding to the murder statistics. Well done. But of course, it gives credence to what? Yes, that if he had his own weapon, if he had his own gun to protect his home, then of course I'm sure that whether you're a gunman or no gunman, you fight it there too. So therefore, of course, you give the homeowner a fighting chance to, of course, deal with the situation, just as how the assailant with the gun. Of course, in this particular case, the owner or the bossman of that farmer escaped, but of course the farmer did not escape. He died. Again, of course, tell us what is the statistical, the numbers so far. I know it's close to 600, 690 something. Tell us what happened overnight to make it, to increase that number as we move inexorably to the end of the year, and the 600 marker, I think, already is the second highest murders in the country's history thus far. Welcome Road, not welcoming, and of course that is a plea made by the Indowsing, one of the representatives for the Caronies, I think it's Caroni Central, asking, or Caroni East, whichever it is, asking, of course, for that particular road to be rehabilitated, having made several plea and, of course, petitions submitted and promises made across, of course, ministers responsible for rural development, or whether it be Kazim formerly, or the current one, Al-Rari, but to no avail. So he penned this letter to the editor, and through this medium, the Newsday, he hopes, and I'm sure other publications, including, of course, what we are doing here on the Ground Report, that it will reach the ears and the consideration of the authorities to remedy that situation in that particular part of the country. It is called, of course, Welcoming Road, but Welcome Road is not as welcoming as one would have liked. And a nice play on the word welcome. Yes, indeed. Brown denies replacing PM as the Martin residents complain. Rowley left us behind. So I'll read this. I'll read part of this because I think this is important, because a lot of persons have been asking and calling. But let us get it straight. I said it before and I'm saying it again, that Brown has denied that he was screened, because people went as far as to say he was screened for the Diego Martin West seat. And some even went as far as to say that he is being touted for the replacement as political leader of the PNM. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is no provision for a dynasty or for the sitting head or the political leader of the PNM to just nominate someone. It has to be a process where, of course, the Constitution makes that provision clear, and that is how Rowley became, of course, leader on the expiration, or should I say the demise, politically and otherwise, of Patrick Manning. Whether it was, of course, preempted or hastened by the Likoto Jumbi, according, of course, to Rowley. He, of course, went to Likoto in order to, of course, get the position that he now has, because Rowley had fired him. He said it, so I cannot be accused of defamation or misrepresentation. Rowley said it in no small measure. He made it very public. So there's a process, so that anybody who thinking that Brown has been, is Rowley's Blue Eye Boy or nominee or whatever it is. There is a process that the Constitution caters for that will have to be followed, and by way of a convention to, of course, or a special arrangement to have, of course, him act temporarily or otherwise. But the fact of the matter is that Brown has said in no uncertain terms that he has not been given the opportunity. I don't think, I wouldn't go as far as to say that he said that he is not interested, but of course he has fallen short of saying that. But however, he said that he is not. Because let's read parts of it so we'll get an appreciation. Brown denies replacing PM as the Diego Martin resident complained. Rowley left us behind. So let's see what is happening. Even as the Foreign Affairs Minister, Senator Dr. Amory Brown, rubbish rumors of being in line to replace the Prime Minister as MP for Diego Martin West. Residents in the constituency say they feel they have been left behind by Dr. Rowley. As the Prime Minister, head of the PNM, and that's the same man who, of course, at one time Kamala would have, as she normally would do, provide all parliamentary representatives, no matter whether you're PNM, opposition, as the case may be, at the time when she was Prime Minister, and give some hampers and so on to generate, of course, or enhance the Christmas chairs. She would normally do that on Christmas garments, and of course go to every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago, spreading joy and of course chairs. Something that Rowley has of course opposed and has never done. Well, at one time when that was given to him, he sent it back and said, well, listen, he's better than that. And somehow the poor people haven't been given an opportunity to get a hamper. He has deprived them of that. And we saw that, of course, not just in that regard, but we saw it, of course, when he flatly refused or was very scathing in saying that if you're begging, that is not a good place to be. When, of course, vaccines, even if it's for those who were non-vaccine skeptics, they were not able to get early vaccines because it was being donated by the Indian government, and he flatly refused it, saying that that is not a good place to be if you have to beg. But did not tell the population that even if you begged, you couldn't get it in the early days. These vaccines, whether AstraZeneca or any one of the other subsequent vaccines, but AstraZeneca was the one that was being offered by the Indian government. And then when he realized the faux pas or the fool that he made of himself, he then, of course, tried to blame the Indian High Commissioner that is resident here. And the same resident here, High Commissioner, was able, of course, to use his good office to get for Dominica. I think he may be responsible for Barbados as well, but I know for Dominica and other smaller islands, he is, of course, the High Commissioner for these jurisdictions, quite apart from being resident here in Trinidad and responsible for seeking India's interests in Trinidad and other parts of the Caribbean. So Brown took to social media to dispel the rumors on December 8th. So that would have been when? 2 days ago. And it says, of course, quoting, "I wish to categorically state that I have not been approached by the constituency of Diego Martin West with respect to nomination as an electoral candidate, and I have had no such conversations or intentions," so he has no intentions, "or blessings," Brown said in a post on his Facebook page. So we get the operating word, the word that we were looking for. He has no intentions. So we'll see. Anything published to suggest otherwise is at best, he continues, speculative, or at worst the result of pure and deliberate mischief. So using the word speculative here, I feel that they're throwing a little water on of course, has no intention, because speculative means that it could be either way. So when people use words like these, that it's not a definite thing. If you say, well, you could have just said it is deliberate and mischievous, I will accept that. But to use speculative in the same sentence, I have difficulty with, of course, his sincerity. Brown confirmed his statement on social media with the Newsday on Sunday over the phone. He had no further comment at the time. A Newsday reporter said that Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley will not be screened by the People's National Movement for the 2025 general election. But let me pause here to simply tell you, another one of Dr. Rowley's deflections. He deliberately, of course, is creating that so that we don't look at, of course, the situation with respect to the what? Yes, to the Auditor General, and the fact that the Privy Council has said in no uncertain terms, or asked the question why Imsbert is not investigated, but more so, the more recent development is that he is unable, of course, and a very, what I consider to be meandering and conflicting in terms of his statement, and of course having, of course, to face the population by way of press conferences twice in consecutive days, with respect, of course, as to what is happening with overruns and the overpaying for the extension of time for the expansion or the extension of the E.N.R. Robinson Airport in the Tobago. We need to know. So I will not put it beyond Rowley, having regard, of course, to his deep and his proclivity or tendency to conjure up deflections after deflections. And we are seeing it, of course, almost on steroids now, as they are multiplying, of course, these deflections, and clearly suggesting that the propaganda machinery of the PNM has collapsed to the point where, of course, nobody takes them seriously. And, of course, we have a duty and responsibility to revert, even though, of course, these things we'll have to temporarily and give it a very momentary consideration as we look at the deeper issue of mismanagement, corruption, nepotism, and of course the abuse of office in the way that they have, whether it be, of course, the Vincent Nelson matter and that, of course, indemnity arrangement, or Brent Thomas kidnapping, according to one judge. So it continues. The article suggested that, based on information from informed sources, Brown would re-enter electoral politics and throw his hat in the ring for Diego Martin West. Calls to Rowley's phone and messages via WhatsApp on Sunday went unanswered. Rowley, the article continues, 75, first ran for political office in 1981, contesting the Tobago West seat. Well, you know what happened there? The failure that we know he is was also, of course, indicated in his first attempt. He lost that seat. Right? I don't think that the article says that. But when he contested in 1981, Tobago West seat, he lost it. All right? So let me just read it to make sure that the article try to, of course, or put another way, omitted to mention that. He has represented the Diego Martin constituency for 33 years, having been elected in 1991 and re-elected in 1995, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2007, 2010, 2015, and 2020. So clearly they omitted to tell us that he lost that seat when he first contested an election in Tobago. And in Tobago, it appears that he is increasingly becoming persona non grata. People don't see him as a true Tobagonian, having regard, of course, to what transpired in the parliament only yesterday as far as the Tobago bill relating to giving Tobago more autonomy is concerned. That failed because it required a constitutional majority. The opposition did not support it. I think it's 33 persons to provide that constitutional majority to have it passed. And of course, I understand he was angry. He was, of course, choleric. He was irascible. He was, of course, in a state of total, should I say, collapse as far as his meltdown tendency is concerned. He was angry profusely. So, of course, Brown continues. No, but the article continues. Brown, a doctor, was first elected MP for Diego Martin Central in 2007. He was also, incidentally, I contested that seat, in that particular election as well, not the seat, of course, for Laventille East move on UNCA ticket on that occasion. So the first time he was elected was when I contested as well for the UNCA in 2007. Just want to make that point, as well as Andy as well contested one of the Diego Martin seats. I think it was Diego Martin. One of the Diego Martins. I mean, don't hazard a guess, but he too contested in that year as well. So in many ways, Andy and I have some things in common as far as the politics is concerned. We contested in the same year under the UNCA. And of course, I want to tell people as well, and I want to tell Laventille this, that is the first time in a mass party you had a section of the document that they would use to say what they are going to do for the population if they get into government. In other words, first time in a mass party manifesto of 2007 that a section was dedicated to Laventille. Read it and understand. No other time, before or after, and the PNM has dominated, and you have, of course, supported the PNM up to today, and up to 2020, and you still have not been given the place of significance that you ought to. And I'm saying so because I'm pulling Laventille out of the fray simply because when there is a lack of course, poor leadership on the ground and connected to the PNM, whether that is so or not, the fact of the matter is that Laventille saved the PNM in 1986. Forget San Fernando East. Robinson simply didn't want a recount, so Manning could have lost that seat. But no way the PNM could have lost the Laventille East mover and the Laventille West seat in 1986. Donovan Mac Davidson and, of course, Maurice Marshall emerged the victors in that 1986 elections, when, of course, the PNM was devastated to the 3-3. Remember that? And Robinson came to the fore and emerged as prime minister in very difficult circumstances where he had to go to the IMF because of the poor management of the economy and the society then by, of course, both Eric Williams and subsequently Chambers, who didn't have much time, but nonetheless it was a PNM administration. So I want to tell you that there are people who, of course, and the measure that you should use, if it is in Laventille West, because, of course, Adrian seemed to be out of it. And I want to tell you, Adrian is out of it, not, as he rightly said, not because of family and illness, but I respectfully surmise that because early in the game, he said he didn't expect the PNM government to accept the salary increases as recommended by the Salary Review Commission. That is the reason why he became persona non grata. That is why he was not favored. And knowing the vindictiveness of Rowley, probably saying that he spoke out of turn, therefore he has, of course, breached the mafia rules, and therefore he must die politically. Notice that he must die politically, people. So I'm making the point that, of course, if Marcel can, of course, cause the PNM to put in their manifesto a special program for Laventille, I will give him all the credit in the world. But I know that is impossible. He's no, of course, Maurice Marshall. We know that, of course, from all indications, he will win the seat, having regard to its history. But I am hoping that the people recognize that he can do nothing more than what, of course, people who went before can do, and that he's subjected, of course, to the dictates of the party, Balize House, simply because the seat has a safe seat and they can manipulate it as they want. I say to you, the UNC will have, of course, a candidate there in both seats. Do yourself a favor and do not allow the PNM to make you believe that 5 years is an eternity. No, you have been hoodwinked along that line for too long. 5 years is not an eternity. 5 years is 5 years. And there have been many 5 years in the past, and there will be more. But if you do the right thing and you vote for the UNC, I'm telling you who to vote for. I'm not like the trade unions who telling you who not to vote for. Not to vote for the PNM, but you wouldn't say who to vote for. I'm saying vote for the UNC. The only opportunity, having regard to their track record between 2010 and 2015. So the evidence is clear, pellucid. There for everybody to see and observe and research. And therefore, if you do yourself that favor, certainly I can tell you everything will be added on to you. That is why, of course, I contested in 2007 and being part of the leadership of the UNCA at the time with my own party, dedicated, of course, only to the Laventille East, Laventille West, and of course Port-au-Prince South, the same socio-economic circumstances of the people and the dynamics thereof. And of course, I insisted that a special place in the manifesto be, of course, be recorded, so that when the UNCA would have gotten into office, then that would have been part and parcel of the Bible that they must follow. I want any one of those candidates, including, of course, he's well established in the legal fraternity. I talk about Scotland. You go and ask them to put a special part of the PNM manifesto dedicated to the Laventils. Of course, I consider Port-au-Prince South to be part and parcel of the geographic Laventille. And hear what they will tell you. So far less of course, for anybody else who are less recognized. But I did that because that is what we have to do. And it is the poor leadership in Laventille and so on that has created this problem. And therefore, we have to grovel. We have to grovel. And we have to, of course, accept the abuse and the disrespect. But of course, they should be genuflecting. I talk about the PNM leadership should be genuflecting. And they should be praising Laventille and giving them the special place that they ought to, because they remain, of course, genuine, and they remain, of course, loyal. And in return for that, they were given or are being given the bread that the devil needs. Yes, indeed. So, of course, it continues. The article continues. After serving as ambassador to Brazil in 2020, Brown was appointed senator and minister of foreign affairs. Rowley has left us behind. So this is, of course, the constituency of Diego Martin West is now saying. This is the part of the article that refers to, of course, Rowley has left us behind. That is the sub-article or the subheading. When Newsday visited Diego Martin West on Sunday, residents complained of infrastructural issues, a lack of jobs for youths, and a lack of attention from Rowley. And of course, they're quoting somebody here, quote, He do not come down here so again. So he doesn't come down here so again, said one resident of Lahawkett Valley Road in Glencoe, Carenage, near Rowley's constituency office. Rowley is always busy. But see about your constituency. That is the most important thing. That is why people vote for you. So they are giving advice too late, of course, and what they have grown to expect, but never delivered to them. Another resident said Rowley used to be more interactive with the constituency. He suggested a change from Rowley might be a good thing. I grew up here, quoting, I know Rowley since I was a little boy. Rowley is a man who didn't really do much for the community. He used to be a part of the community in the early days when he was housing minister. But all of those things stopped. I don't find he's present in the community anymore. I believe he got what he wanted from us, so the area doesn't have any use for him again. That is a typical opportunist, unquote, people. Typical opportunist, and we have identified that on the ground report and elsewhere of Dr. Rowley in very early days. The consummate and the quintessential opportunist, egotist, and megalomaniac, self-serving. He said, a representative for the constituency, regardless of who it is, should get more involved with youths and try to encourage youths to get more involved in community activities. Several constituents on in Lahawkett Road complained about faulty infrastructure. Ivan Patrick complained that lights installed in a savannah on the street. In a savannah, right? On the street, where youths play football and residents use to exercise, have not been working for years. He made the complaint while pointing out the Prime Minister's Glencoe home, which could be seen from Hawkett Road. I don't know how many years people have been complaining about that, he said. Youths and the children have activities there in the evenings. They need light. My sister went to report that light months ago. Another resident said, it hasn't been fixed yet. People are fed up reporting that light. Troy Pope, a resident of Point Kumana, for 10 years, said he has been struggling with a drain in front of his house for years, which gets clogged with garbage and causes flooding when it rains. Quote continues, forget politics. Let's talk about people. People will deal with you anyhow they feel to. When poor people need help, they have to beg on their knees. Yeah. And of course, always be consistent. Be consistent behind them to get through. And when you beg and beg, they might help because they don't want people to say, look at how much times people begging this person. Yes. So people are extremely disappointed, and of course there are pictures. Of course, let me just read the final because a pretty lengthy article. Let me just read the last two paragraphs.
Don't read the last part, man. Let's open the lines, man, Lennox Smith. But you
all right, I don't know you well, say you're there, man. Oh gosh, man. Yeah, talking, and I know you're there.
Oh boy, now we'll take it in the headliners
let me
too,
just
man.
read the last paragraph. Let me just the last one. The people like to talk him bad, but they don't want anything. If you went to him and he didn't help you, then that is something different. But of course, this person seemed to be out of it entirely, because they said that of course he ought to know the point as his house on top of the hill, etc. And of course, as Prime Minister, he should wield a little more influence than anybody else in the cabinet. But that is how he is. Yes, Andy, of course, a pleasant good morning to you. Any matter that you want to deal with, I left, of course, your favorite judge, who, of course, is feeding the wrath of the criminal elements. And in Tobago at his home. He, of course, discovered when he went there to work, but he has a place in Tobago, that, of course, somebody broke open the premises, and, of course, all his clothes and so on from his suitcase was scattered all over the room, etc. It appears that they didn't take anything.
Oh, that so you have a place in Tobago?
He has a place in Tobago where he goes when he has to, of course, work in Tobago.
All right.
Yeah. Of course, and the uncle still complain that the situation is the same as far as state security is concerned. He still has his private security, which he has to pay out of his pocket. And of course, those other matters with, of course, Julia Davy and other persons came up in terms, of course, threat to his life, etc. And he's still, of course, in the wilderness, looking for state security support, but has not yet gotten it.
Them ain't gonna do that. Daddy PNM for you. Them rather he dead, and then they go make an excuse that it was nearly reaching, and the door of 4 judges.
Yeah,
they have come up all kind of nonsense.
Yeah, the budget didn't cater for that. Suddenly they're concerned about budget, but they wasn't concerned about the 3 billion that has gone missing, or the overruns in the Tobago extension of that airport, the A&I Robinson Airport. I'm sure he turned in his grave to know that that is happening, especially with his compatriot, I should say, who is now almost persona non grata. I talk about Rowley at the helm of government in this country, and yet still we have that kind of what I consider to be disaster taking place as far as our funds are concerned. Any other issue you want to raise, or we go? About people, the lines are open, and is at headquarters, and of course your voicemails as well. We will
play them one time. Right, you did tell them to send the voice notes, man. But before we do that, let me make sure and see all who we have around this morning. Time check. Oh boy.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Nice. Well, boy, to each and every one of you again. Thanks so much for choosing the #1 program, The Ground Report. Let me just say hello to all who are seen here so far. Not much. I only seeing from the plenty of those messages don't disappear. But Sibrangani, a pleasant good morning to you. Ann Brown, Slimy, good morning. Matilda Rhodes. Hey, Glenda Isaac, good morning to you. Primraj. Donovan Garcia, pleasant good morning. Imam Kazim Ali, a pleasant good morning. Michael Scotland, good morning. Sharon Rampasad, good morning. Tommy Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you, my brother. Do not Mohan, a pleasant good morning. Hey, Mira from Princess Song, good morning to you. Rajendra Maharaj, good morning. And our Moon Sami, always look on a pleasant good morning to you. Nadira, good morning to you. Alison Smart, a pleasant good morning to you. Narish, good morning. Hafiza D. Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Nick. Hey, Rishi Prasad, a pleasant good morning. Oh boy, oh boy. Sukal, good morning to you, my brother. Hey, Carmen, good morning. Zamid Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Davy, good morning. Look at that. Nita Ramlal, good morning to you, man. Jason Jeffries, good morning. Chandra, good morning. Benjamin, yes, good morning to you. All of you that are locked on, Raul Prasad, Wendy and John. Vidya, all Vidyas, good morning. Miss Balmain, a pleasant good morning to you. Grace Caesar, good morning. Darren Emmanuel, a pleasant good morning. And I must say a pleasant good morning to Darren Daniel too. Good morning to you, my brother. Hey, Mr. Gobin, or Dr. Gobin, a pleasant good morning to you. Bujram John, good morning. Mentor, good morning. Angela, good morning. Look at all of you, man. Very good. Rishmi, good morning. Frank, good morning to you. Terry, good morning. Ban, you behaving yourself? Miss Santa Cruz, tell me, Ban behaving himself now, you know. You look like he's settling down and understand well. We need to get rid. Ban say Lennox looks like Rowley. Lennox, apostrophe, looks like Rowley is getting Heinz. We mean if they gain Heinz. Something you talk about and asking if he gain Heinz. What happened? Heinz outside for now or something? Where is it? All right, you answer that after. Let me just finish off this day. Annie, oh boy, all of you. Jill Monroe, pleasant good morning. Ban, let me know what I mean by that. Kevin, good morning to you, Kevin. Hey, Warrior, a pleasant good morning to you. Premier, good morning. Ansinia Smith, good morning to you. I hope I pronounce that good. Ali Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Landa Cordner, good morning. Ann Brown, Ann Jackman and all, good morning. Suju, good morning to you. Gloria Scholar, good morning. Judy June, good morning to you. Neil McFarlane, a pleasant good morning to you. Yes, yes, all of you. Lucky Lal. I wonder why your name is Lucky Lal. Lucky Lal. Audrey Greenidge. Yeah, she used to work at MCC, you know. She was part of the big bottom brigade for the UNC. You know. She ain't like the piano at all. You come there and turn NCC upside down. She retired NCT in a mess. How about Don Sylvester, girl? I hear he and well. Hey, Leon Charles, good morning, my brother. Samuel, good morning. Baby Rampasad, good morning. Ian Super Sad, good morning to you. The Hulk, rah. A pleasant good morning. CG, good morning. Crystal. Hey, Cartel, good morning to you too, Trevor. Samantha, good morning. Sita Motilal, good morning to you. Sandra Lal, good morning. I hope I miss nobody there. Geraldine, well, I hope Geraldine, good morning to you. Yes, Ibrangani, all of you. So here it is. Davy Parry, good morning. What's on your front burner? You heard all the headliners from yours truly, Lennox Smith. Thanks for having that patience with us, as he mentioned. All of us have family and work and things to do, and you know, circumstances sometimes beyond our control. Hence the reason yours truly, the pitbull of radio, that really always here. Little late this morning, but better late than never, because we have to continue this fight. So the lines are open, and if it's not open or you all in calling, I'm going to play those WhatsApp messages one time. So I'm going to give you all the opportunity to make those calls. The lines open. What's on your front burner? How you find the politics playing out? Do you believe that the PNM, this new changing of the boundaries that Kamala Prasad, Bisesa and all of them are talking about, do you believe they're putting the last touches in place with the EBC to thief the election? And Neil McFarlane? Or they will let me know. Lennox Smith, what's your thoughts on this boundary touching while I'm waiting those calls?
Well, I share the views and concern, deep concerns of the opposition leader, and of course, I want to say that the pronouncement of Rowley to have, of course, CARICOM observers is insufficient. There must be, of course, observers from the Commonwealth, as well as Carter Foundation, and anybody else that, of course, we believe has some international reputation for monitoring elections across.
So he called for observers, but only for only CARICOM? Because only CARICOM?
Yeah,
because have CARICOM locked.
He made. He said CARICOM, and of course, you know, our skepticism as far as that is concerned, we have seen it, of course, that has given credence to, of course, our skepticism as far as the Caribbean Court of Justice is concerned. And that is why, of course, we are advocating the retention of the Privy Council, simply because we simply cannot trust the reach of Dr. Rowley. We saw it, of course, very pellucid when, of course, he was able to get an honorary doctorate in the United States, and was able, through the back door, so to speak, to meet Biden in a one-on-one. And when we checked it out, we realized that it was orchestrated by a guy who was leaving that particular ministry, that particular university,
just now, caller,
and was given the highest award by Rowley, the Order of Trinidad and Tobago, right here. And therefore, it appears that he did him a favor by, of course, getting him to meet Biden, and of course that caused Rowley to be more and more sought after, because of course Biden would have been lured or wasn't the wiser as to who Rowley really is. Despicable, despotic, self-serving, pocket lining for himself and others. Prime Minister. Go ahead, my friend.
Go ahead, my brother. A pleasant good morning to you. What's on your front burner this morning? What's supposed to make news that not making news here on the ground report? Go ahead, my brother.
Magnificent 7.
Magnificent 7. Go ahead, my brother.
Yes, I'm calling from Sally Grande.
Go ahead, Grande.
No, you see this boundary moving thing, right? I'll tell you something. One of the main thing in this boundary is this Komoto Manzanilla seat. And I'll tell you why. Years ago, when it was Nariva, right? And this Nariva now, it had this fella from the PNM named Hardy Haddad, had won it for 15 years. But Hardy Haddad was an insurance man from Beach area. And they used to call him the Minister of Silence because he never did nothing. But he was a PNM and an Indian fella. So far now, this area now was more like an Indian area. This Nariva. And because he was an Indian from Beach, they give the PNM 15 years. But after he resigned, it's come back now to be a DLP area, which it was before, under Rudolph Capital. And then it come back now to the UNC under Pandey. So you keep that way all the time, and the PNM could never get it back again. So they move it from Nariva now, and they started calling it now Komoto Manzanilla. Right? So that is a seat that the PNM again, and they want somehow to get into that seat. So that's why that is one of the main things that they want to get at, but they will move Toko Sanagrandi too. Because they don't have to move to Toko Sanagrandi because Toko Sanagrandi is PNM seat all the time. But to get at it, to look good then, you have to cover it up by making other places look like they're moving them and all
but do you have an idea of which are the boundaries that they are looking to move or proposing to go to Parliament or however to deal with? Do we have an idea already? You can answer that all.
Yeah.
All right. What is the boundaries that you're seeing that they within Trinidad and Tobago they're looking to interfere with?
Well, what I'm saying with this Komoto, not Manzalena, one of the main area is the beach area, right? Because this beach area now have the majority of vote does go to the UNC. Because why I could definitely say this? Because when the PNM was winning in the area, it was Bish that was making them keep hard that day, because he from an area in Bish. So that's the reason why that he had it for 15 years. Because so long as Bish area voting you is a very big area, you will win the election. Right? So if they have to do any moving,
so that Bish area have enough there where everybody in Bish vote within the constituency there. For sure, that person will win that seat.
Exactly that.
Okay.
Why I'm saying that I'm using the harder issue.
Yes.
Because the harder was from Bish area, in the settlement in Bish, and because the people was voting him, the PNM had it for 15 years, and after he resigned, and the Bish people turned back now into the UNC now, the PNM cannot win in Bish. So that is the area was Nariva at the time, but now they call it Komoto Manzalena. You understand? But the beach area are real strong because it's a vast area, right? So this is the reason why you'll find this happening there, and you will see what's happening. So that's why now they will complain about it. It has other areas will complain, but it's just a matter is how you're doing it, right? They have to tackle Superior somewhere along the line, because you have to get through to get somebody to vote on your side in Superior. So they know what they do. They're stupid. Do you understand? So, brother man, let it go ahead. It's just that God will step in this thing, and He will turn some people's minds somewhere along the line. Because you must remember that Moses moved the people of Israel out of the land of bondage. So we in bondage now. So we will expect some deliverance to come somewhere along the line. Don't frighten, brothers. We will make it. We just have to try and keep on believing. No matter what they do, who they put, how they put them. They could only put their own president, mash up the constitution, how they put their own police commission. They could just mash up all they want to do the thing. But brother man, one day, a change is going to come. And it's going to come very soon. And the Prime Minister know that. So he's trying to run. But let him run. One day, they will catch up with him. With this too.
Right, but you only talk about just the beach area alone. You talk about man Lennox Smith. But are you aware of the history of what it is he talk there?
Yeah, I could only reflect on what Kamala Prasad Bisesa said, because I have not taken sight of the report. But she said that in the case of, let's say, San Fernando East and West, what you're doing, you're taking, of course, shifting polling divisions to San Fernando West from San Fernando East. But she made the point that, listen, Oropouche East is also in boundary with San Fernando West. Why didn't you take PDs from there and put into and expand, of course, San Fernando West? And of course, she is not in agreement with the changing of names. I think that there was one with respect, of course, to point of pay. I think they want to call it a different name. But of course, I'm just making the point in terms of specifics, and it is clear because she said it favors the PNM. If you move something from San Fernando East, where it is PNM dominated, to put in San Fernando West, which is a marginal seat, it means that you're giving the PNM a clear advantage. And why didn't you do the same thing? Because if you take PDs or polling divisions from Old East, which of course is UNC dominated, and put it in San Fernando West, then of course, to me, that seemed to be a fair balancing disposition. But to just take from East and put it in West, it demonstrates. So therefore, the electorate must do like in Tobago and say, no, enough is enough. This continuous manipulation and gerrymandering must stop. And the PNM must, of course, make its exit humiliatingly and, of course, with a decisive victory for the UNC.
Morning, caller. Where are you calling from, and what's your contribution on the ground report this morning? So the real gerrymandering, but them could have really and truly, hold on 1 minute, caller, them could have really and truly, if it's so, why didn't take from Old Pooch and put it in San Fernando West?
Okay.
But no, they're taking from San Fernando East to put in West. Way, boy, they don't ever want to touch in the Indian areas. They're always splitting up their own spot. Same thing they do in Tobago. Always split up their own strongholds.
The 3 seats in Tobago, the 3 electoral district, PNM dominated, and you still lost 14-1.
When UNC come in power, they had to organize and change up all them boundaries and them, and do the right thing as a government, make the request to do the right, but then the EBC is up to the EBC. But go ahead, caller.
Yeah. The EBC has that responsibility, but are being, of course, clearly executed by lackeys or people sympathetic to the PNM. It's clear. And that has been so from time immemorial. Just look at the constituencies.
1 minute, look at lady saying hello there. Madam, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, good morning.
I'm calling from This is Granny.
Hey, Granny, go ahead, Granny, go ahead.
Okay, I called to say Eric Williams had done the same thing when he see that he couldn't win election. He had to do the same thing with the boundaries. One, Eric Williams did that to win election all the time. 1, 2. CARICOM observers, if they have to come here, we win the election already. Well,
Granny, say it again. Granny, say it again. CARICOM observers, what? Tell the people.
If they have to come here on this election to observe, we win that already.
Oh boy, that is
you have to get international observers here, like Guyana. And that is how, because year before last, they had a meeting, I can't remember if it took place in Barbados.
I like to remember Granny, because the situation with Guyana and what made the changes in Guyana was not the CARICOM observers. It was the outside observers. The CARICOM observers, for a matter of fact, was supporting Granger. Lord, look.
Yes. So all that international observers here. If not, we win that election already. 1. 2 is, Eric Williams did the same thing with the boundaries. And you see how they have the Venetia, they have the Venetia. It's the same thing Eric Williams had done. So all you have to be is very, very hard working right now. Granny working with your phone. Granny working with your phone for UNC. And God bless all your boys and take care of yourself. And all you doing a very good job. Granny listening, all you, Granny with all you.
All right, Granny. Thanks so much. Wow. Well, Trinidad and Tobago, the lines are open. The lines are open. The numbers to call. Let me give you all those numbers. While in a little bit, Gael the Caribbean will be joining us. But let me give you the numbers: 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053, and send those very important voice notes on what's your thoughts and what's your current affairs at this point in time. Let's hear. Oh boy, Lennox, by the meanwhile, again,
yeah, well,
so the only boundaries Kamala Prasad sir talked about was San Fernando West.
Yes, that as an example, show that
okay.
the arrangement favors the PNM, and of course the electorate must know that, and therefore everybody must come out and vote to make certain that, because you don't put it beyond Rowley that they will still try to generate some kind of electoral fraud on the day itself, because that's when an election is won, on the day itself. So election machinery must be extremely oiled and of course ready and capable of delivering and monitoring at the same time. A party led by a man who is extremely dishonest, having regard of course to his track record as far as elections are concerned. But our first stop clearly is to make sure that all of the marginal seats that we pay particular attention to, because I think that is the area they will want, of course, to get their distinct advantage, and two, recognizing that Tobago has gone, they will want, of course, to compensate for that loss in Trinidad, and therefore we have a duty and responsibility to consistently demonstrate and to in the understanding that is a reality of the, should I say, the electoral.
But give me 1 minute there while
this government.
While they wrap up there. 1 minute.
Good morning, Andy.
You say something?
What I expect, what I remember Fern Fifth, whoever she named, in the EBC, she's the head of the EBC, and they put she there for that, right? They're manipulating all them seats to sue the PNM to win the election. That's what they're doing. And the dummies and them who won't vote for the PNM, if them put them back in power, it's crap or smoking everybody pipe, including them on. They like it, so they're sacrificing their children to death and all. Have a good day, fella. Andy and Lennox, I ain't talk that I was pulling heavy and TC off the air now, because you can't pay your workers due to the fact that the PNM.
Yeah, that's a troubling development that is taking place. But that is what Rowley and they would do. We saw that, of course.
Now, well, they go spend the money now. Hold 1 minute, let me finish this voice. No, Lennox.
Oh boy.
He did that to OS.
Shut down he did boat ride for business. I ain't talk that I was pulling heavy and TC off the air now, because you can't pay your workers due to the fact that the PNM shut down he did boat ride for business. Well, look at that. The business gone upside down, and poor heavy and TC had to pay for it now because he ain't able to pay your workers. Right? You see, PNM will get away with all the foolishness they're doing and not talk back. Well, the UNC they do that now. You know, here all kind of old talk all over the place. They're trying to pull on a black man this and all kind of thing. When the black man do them, they just stay quiet and bat in their crease. Or they keep quiet. Let them keep on doing what they're doing to all you. All they like it. This changing our names in constituency. I find that a waste of time. I wanted to see what happened in Tobago, happened in Trinidad, some of the seats where UNC control being split. But this wicked EBC wouldn't do that. They could go up in Tobago and split seats from 12 to 15. But you can't split any more seats down here and add 3 more, especially in opposition areas. Or they wouldn't do that. Because you know them three seats, if you get 3 more seats in opposition held areas, you ain't go to no PNM, and they will lose the election. All they planting the EBC to do, all they want to know PNM, all they have it day, locked down. Have a good day, fella.
They have it locked. Oh boy.
Morning, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, maybe and to everybody out there. I must congratulate Mrs. Prasad Bisessa and the team for that wonderful town meeting last night. It was very informative. They touched on every area in health, and I was so happy to see Professor Daisley there. He they really did a good job last night, and in the front yard they expose everything that's going on with the CDAP medication and everything. And a couple of one of the chatters was making reference to the mental health issues because his son is was being bullied in school, and he ended up with all the letters of the alphabet, attention deficit disorder, ADD, whatever, and it also medication is an issue, and I screenshot it and I sent it to Mrs. Prasad Bisessa, and it was a little while after that they raised those issues. Well, not before I send it for her, but to show you every area they were touching on. And he even raised one of the issues where the mental health drugs are not available. Right? Or they put in people on medication and they cannot get the medication. Just the same thing with my friend, right? When she had to get this Xarelto, they said the medicine was too expensive, and she had to give it on CDAP. She had to end up buying it $1,700 for a month's supply. She's a pensioner, right? All these things they touched on last night, and it was good. And let me hear the critics now. Let me hear them. Oh, she's sitting down. She could have stand up. She could have run. She could have walked. She could have do like Trump. Let me hear it now. Let me hear it. But they did good last night. Andy, take care and thanks a lot and have a good morning now.
Andy for Gandhi for Andy. Morning, Andy, Lennox, Mikey. Andy, Lennox always talk about the bad guys. But they are not always bad, Assad, that guy was a heart doctor in England. When he was growing up, he studied in England, become a surgeon, a heart doctor. Assad. And that man turned out to be a terror. He turned out to be one of the worst presidents. Good guy. So taking care of people's heart in England. So he married a beautiful woman. Look what power. See what power did? Power corrupt the man with it. The man become rule with an iron fist in Assad. 50 years that family ruled the country. And look what happened. They fall. But if the only thing he's going to run the country, he's going to fall too. So that is why we have to fight and stand up and get rid of that tyrant, that idiot, that dummy, that nincompoop Rowley, who always think he's right and nobody, he's never wrong. So it's like the man up here we have, who always think he's smart, but he don't have no certificate, he have no studies, nothing. He run all the business, don't be great, just like Rowley, he will run everything. So Andy for Gandhi, we need to get rid of man. Think what power did to that guy. That guy was so smart and educated in England, and what he do? Take over his father, say he's president after he brother die, and look what happened. The man become a terror. So only get power, he become a terror. Look what he do. He have all the people eating grass. So we have to find a way to get rid of him already. Andy for Gandhi, we got to get this going. Talk to you later, Andy. Orlando Lockdown, bye.
Bang, 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 bang. The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Orlando, my partner, no. Let me play the next one.
Hi, morning, guys. I listened to that meeting, that town meeting last night with Kamala Prasad Bisessa. And you know, when I sat there listening to these doctors and everything and the plan that they have for health. I am wondering if the people in this country right in the head, how could the people sit down and allow this country to be destroyed by the visionless, the evil, wicked, non-performing PNM? When you listen to these people, these are intelligent people with a plan. You have people who care about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So I didn't hear anybody in the PNM for 9 years sign up and give that, give that hope to people as far as the health situation is concerned. How in the name of God could the citizens of this country trade good for evil? We can't turn back the clock, but we have missed out on 10 years of good living because of the hate, the racism, the wickedness and sinfulness in the hearts of the citizens of this country. And they know themselves. The ones who did better, they know themselves. You understand? But it's plain to see the pit that they was digging for Kamala Prasad Bisesa and the hate they had for the UNC and for the Indians and whatever was the hate in their mind. The pit they was digging, every man jack fall in it. But the sad thing about it is that the innocent had to pay for the guilty. You understand? We can't go on living in a country with, with a government with no plan, no vision. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, I listened, I was impressed, and these people are intelligent people with a vision who go into, healthcare, good healthcare, and all these people refuse. So I am hoping that the people listen and they understand that we have to live better in this country. And these people are going to take, because when I listen to the professor, oh my God, how did Trinidadians refuse that? How did they refuse that and have the thing killing everybody? Look now. I am just hoping the reason why I talk is because of the illiterate, wicked, sinful people who love PNM. The rest of us who really want to live better, we had to suffer for 10 years. But you know something? God is great. I hope everybody will see, and everybody, if they don't see it, they will see again. But we will get better. We will live there, and we will get there. Right? With the grace of God, we all will be able to be more comfortable in looking forward to even better health care. Blessings.
Nice. I find Miss Roadbrook singing not too strong and powerful, like beat down a little bit, man. Mommy Roadbrook, wake up them jumpy in the piano. No.
Bang, bang, bang. Oh Lord. No! Bang, bang, bang.
No. I like how Mommy Roadbrook song in at all, man. Your song be down, your song like you gave it, like yes, you're there, you're the fight, whatever, but you, no. Let me shake out that a little bit, man, Mommy Roadbrook. Don't let the evil spirit and the demons of the PNM interfere with it. I sure everybody online will realize Sheen's song as powerful as she is. And let me tell you, and ting, she was like, and I think, no. Let me deal with that.
Oh Lord. No! Wake up! Oh God, wake up! Bang, bang, bang.
Listen.
Water you turned into wine. Open the eyes of the blind. There's no one like shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you.
Give it, give it, give it.
Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer.
Oh boy, go ahead, Anderson Wilson, man. I sure you agree she song be done. But what's your contribution this morning from the beat there, my brother? Go ahead.
I know good morning to everyone, and whether we are Gael or not, I want to say good morning to our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, grandmothers, throughout the Caribbean, and all those who are Locon and Gael, whether we are or not. I know we must appreciate them. Appreciate the Gael, the channel, most of all. So good morning to you, Andy, Mikey, K, Lennox Smith, and director. I miss my coffee. God bless. Anyhow, Andy, wonderful, powerful meeting where health were concerned last night. I must say good morning to the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, the Honorable Jolene John, the Honorable Dr. Munilal, and all who had attended. The attendance were well, you know, what I should say, well attended. Andy, we saw the doctors explain, especially one of the doctors, and also had asked most of them to lunch when our next Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, enters office, to lunch and carry into this money, this misspend throughout the COVID. And how much money was sent to this government, this administration. Terrence, they are saying, what to do with that money, right? When you hear the sum of money is only 100 and something million from this, 100 million something from this, and 100 million and something from this and that, and poor people suffering and listening and things. But you better get my full water, Andy. How it is, Rowley, and only can give a count for none, not a cent. Likewise, other countries, people was getting a little check when the man come. People in Chanel was given nothing. We had 5 million in face mask. The different countries that sell so much of money falling by Rowley, by only watch all the citizens suffer for 9 years. And people still want to know, people still saying, I want someone who was saying Friday gone. Look what Monday we are here. Anderson is at PNN. Ask Kamala why is, ask Dr. Munilal why is, ask Shane Angel why is. I know Kamala she acknowledged me. Not once, not twice, every time she sees me. You must say good morning to my partner Donnie too. Don't mind say don't listen to Gong report out to the on social media now. I didn't get it on the radio while keep traveling working, but I must say good morning to Donnie still. How should have acknowledged Donnie? And for someone who feel Anderson is now a UNC, either UNC before 2010, probably some of you all know how to check. All they might know the arithmetic. Or you might know the decimals, or you wasn't brought up in metric. And this is a UNC before someone else a call radio. Before someone else a call radio, you know what gladiator I say, meet me and tell me, yeah, me are going good. You going good after the other, me are going good. Keep on ponging the PNM. So that's how long I pong in the PNM. I just been pong in the PNM. And for all who feel UNC give me a kakada already like some all here. We say go and collect only 11, 10, and 7,000. When the man come,
Anderson never get a chance to collect more, not a month. And I still UNC, I'm proud. Nobody can say the guy Anderson attacker than UNC. And I will always salute Jolin John, Dr. Munilal, for helping each other when I beat them. They never stop one day. The Roma sister told me at one time, he said, you're strong, you know. She said, you're strong. You take all the last 10 years, you take all the blows, and you survive. You survive it. And I continue to survive it. For the Lord said, I tell all the Lord said, touch not the anointed. Look what they're going on radio and say Friday. Just me saying, I understand them. Look, they're bad talking this one, bad talking that one. And look what they're coming yesterday and say, I'll show you for look be on the Iowa program this evening. I tell all the Anderson have 2 surnames. Anywhere I go, there's one to know which one is the first name or it's 2 surnames. Anderson Wilson. And there's no longer say my president. And they are more sick than a Muslim. I pray more than a Muslim, you know. All the I don't off my knees already and mushing down, you know. I don't need an alarm to say my prayers, you know. So let no one say, man, listen, look how things happen to all you. That's how powerful I is. I tell all Iowa George. They must have wanted to Aisha. She doesn't even know that information.
Wait. Where's that? We're going with Iowa.
Let me say good morning to Aisha Welch. Aisha Welch, let me say a pleasant morning to you, sweetheart. Yes, our God said, and Aisha Welch will leave me out without information, you know. Twiggy neither. Shoulda Davy neither. And I've taken left, right, and center. When even though they had a bad talk, the PNM, they just let me know. So I know the PNM business too. And you know what they respect me for? Whether them is PNM, they know I UNC, they know I love my Kamala. And I want to tell you, Honorable Kamala Prasad, this morning, darling, see that? You look good in your head. They call it all your fingernail and then, oh God, who have done the fingernail, they've done it properly.
All right, wait.
Yourself.
You see all that mama guy thing? At the end of the
day,
right?
You man know that tire, she said, boy, Andy.
We know.
You man know that tire
all
yourself.
Right, let me get to the serious business. We know about
so come this election. Let me tell you why you come to. One who listen all you from tier 1, Andy. No meet me, I don't beat a man about him. Andy, Anderson, yeah, we going with it next year, you know. We have to be talking about the PNM. He said, we going with it. And my listening all them program and the people upset by nationwide. He just stomach to it. The pain can't thing. And Anderson, we going with it. I want to know who he talking about the UNC. It didn't half an hour ago, he tell me the next Prime Minister will be the Honorable Kamala Prasad.
All right.
No, let me country saying.
We are done think that. Yes, we know yes have UNC.
No, them brothers in short. No, I don't want it to know. The massive no. Them brothers in short to be on the radio.
Why they not sure to be on the radio? What's going on?
Well, it could be lack of payment. It could be a shortage of certain things. And don't get tired with the PNM when it comes to election, you know. So if I were George Gain, I just run a reference. Let's say I were George Gain, 100,000 a month for them to say what they say, or for them to play the back end Kamala. I love Kamala. I don't want to play back end that woman. I love that woman bad. Right? Let me say the PNM go game 200,000. Or let's do the maths, and you don't know what is going on.
Listen, baby, me and Lennox, Mikey,
right? Let me say a man like
we very aware.
Come in.
I hold the radio.
I just saying. Let me say, a man like Foster come in his dance, a man who are here Kakada. Right? And let me say, they're getting 10 million to talk and Foster say, I'll give you 20. I just doing a little thing. Right?
You're talking very smart and in real codes.
Yes. Where people go on, I will just go take that. And another thing too, as soon as I listen to all that with Rowley, Rowley's a Trini, you know. Rowley's a Trinbagonian, you know. He's born in Trinidad, he's born in Tobago, but he's a Trini. Trini.
Right, but what?
Layman, but I would tell you something.
What he see and them do, they say your spirit powerful. What them do?
Nah, right, no. Baptist people that meet me in the road and tell me they want to touch you, but they can't touch you. Spiritual people that meet me in the road who I never see before. I say, Sonny boy, They want to touch you, they want to kill you, but they can't touch you.
Nice.
And that's how he's talking about, yeah? So,
thank you so much, my brother. Oh, God, boy. Give other people a chance now, boy. Hey, partner, give them a chance. Hey, let me say a pleasant good morning to Anderson Wilson, wife. All the Anderson is a PNM. Anderson is a UNC. At the end of the day, the man support Kamala Prasad BSS and the UNC. Right? So, we don't want to go down that road. And then let's see Anderson is Wogorobia. Who fight him, you know, we might fight up for a program. So let me do fight Anderson before we had a fight up for a program, eh? Yeah. And he's right, don't get tired up here, you all. It's very, very simple. We could tell you all that. All of you, let's dress so. We end up off radio or what? Well, don't get tired up. FTC and every them saying thing. And they're converting some of the masses, PNM masses, on the PNM station day. And men like Foster and all them big money men within the PNM day. Say, oi, here it is. I pay any X amount of money to done that program, kill that, here, take what. As a businessman in which my partner is, he's a businessman, nobody could vex. Man is a businessman. You go push out the hand, they done that program, and that's just how it is. Especially if it is nobody paying for that program, and somebody come to pay for that spot for that program. Well, boy, them gone. Maybe that match they help they will be cause don't get up. Anyhow, let's see how long it will last. But I wish those two brothers the best. Keep up the good work. Hopefully nobody and buy out that spot, that your all voices can continue. Just like the ground report. In order to continue to edify the people. Okay, morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Hi, good morning, Andy and guys.
You know something powerful, man. Go ahead.
Andy, let me tell you now. First, the ground report in the blood. You know, when I send that voice note, I just woke up this morning. I don't know how I dropped to sleep. So that's why I was kind of half sleepy. But let me tell you this now. I'm good and kicking. You say young and strong, but I am telling you, I'm old and strong and proud to be a UNC. You understand? I'm my favorite program on morning. Andy, I listened to that meeting last night, and I sat down there, and I could not believe this is real. I could not believe this is what these people in this country refuse. You could have seen the people were professional. You could have seen they were genuine. You could see they have a plan to take this country forward in as far as health is concerned. When people messing with the health, that is to tell you the mindset of the people. You refuse even good health care. I think a Dr. Gopison was the Minister of Health or whatever. These were people with a vision who were really interested in having a healthy nation. When you see you have a government that is destroying your health is your wealth. And when you do not have a healthy nation, you have real problems. So, for that meeting last night, anybody who thinking anything else but voting for Kamala Prasad, BSS and the UNC, they had to be severely brain damaged. They don't want that for themselves. And I hear Rowley talking about, all your people in this country sick, are fed up with them, Andy. I mean, they say the good ones, the ambitious ones, God bless all. You're not talking to all you. But who the captain pull the string? You going to tell me Rowley stand? He does not belong to Rowley and the PNM. He does not belong. You're going to stand up on the TV. They figure everybody asking for observers, So you're going to tell the people you're going to have CARICOM observers. We don't want no CARICOM observers. We don't want them. All of them is your friend. They will come here and keep the election for you. We're not standing for that. And I'm fed up, and they are real fed up at the people in this country who don't seem to have the guts. They don't have to have the belly. They don't seem to have the intelligence. They don't seem to have what it takes to fight for this country. All you living here, all you seeing what going on here, and all you so wicked to all yourself, and all your family, and all your country, and all you still supporting PLM or doing everything in all your power for PLM to stay there. Man, here and I wish you could take all of them and put them in one part of the country and put all of you who want to live better in another part. Because enough is enough. We don't want any CARICOM observers. And the people in this country, they still don't know how much power they have when they unite and fight. We cannot sit down and let this PNM get any opportunity to rule this country for the next 5 years. I see that, and here now, look for them on that razor blade. They're changing the boundaries. They're putting up the boundaries. They're doing everything in the power. Well, we have to show them that just how you're determined to keep the election, we determined to win. And nobody or nothing going to stand in the way as long as the majority of the people in this country decide we want to live better, we're going to live better, and we have to make sure we have the Trinidad and Tobago that we, the people, deserve. You understand?
You had to talk to them, Mammy Redbook. You had to talk to them because, again, we are seeing the signs of this man going on TV election. That man so wicked. That man say, yes, observers, but CARICOM. What a sting that man is now, boy?
Yes, and because you know what it is? This man is not stupid. He realized the people in this country, they're deceitful, they're wicked, they're sinful, they're suicidal. Because anybody, if the mind working good, could tell me they want that PNM government to stay here. As a matter of fact, I find 2025 is too far. That we should be going now. You can tell me, Andy, every day you wake up, somebody get killed. It's not a dog, it's not a chicken. And these people, if you could call them people, they could go and vote for that to continue. What kind of animals do we have in this country, you hear, that doing things to support evil and keep the PLM there? PLM should have been gone longer. This should have been gone long time. If the people in this country were real, they would have been gone long time before 9 years. Whatever you do, they stay home. You tell them come and march, they don't march. You tell them come and protest, they're doing nothing. You're not fighting for betterment in this country. But let me tell you now, the longest road having, and let me give you all what that brings. You see what the people in Tobago did? You see what the people did? The people are the ones who have to fix it. You understand? And you see the people do what the people in Tobago did, we wouldn't have a problem. But enough is enough, you understand? Andy, I am a senior citizen, and I don't know, God can have, I don't know, I have much time left for me here, but you see my children and my grandchildren and my country, I want to know that I leave everything in a better place when that day come. And we cannot do it if the people do not change the mindset, this mentality they have, and not you know, I don't know what they're so low-minded, they're so narrow-minded, they're so backward. They don't understand the people have to do everything in their power. They have to stand up and fight and be determined. And they have to get that respect from the PLM. Because right now, PLM has no respect for the citizens of this country. They're determined the field here belongs to them. Well, if the people take a page out of Rowley book and get more attitude than Rowley and the PLM, we're going to make it. Because you know why? If everybody decide we want to live better, we're going to live better, and we all have to take the responsibility to make sure that we live better, and we can do it. But the people have to fix it. Okay, and you have a good day, people, and here, Andy, alive and kicking, and here, UNC and proud of supporting Kamala Prasad and the UNC, and I am hoping that the people in this country will stand up and fight so that we will have a better Trinidad and Tobago. Yes,
and no to CARICOM observers. You want international observers.
But the people don't stand up and fight for nothing. They don't fight for you. Look at the news, you look at the TV. All the countries when they have the problem is the people that stand up and fight for what is right. The people in this country are such a slackers, are such a cowards, are such a good for nothing, yellow belly, lazy people. They don't fight for nothing. And because of them, we the rest who ambitious and who want to live better, we have to suffer. But all you don't wake up. Here now, all you feel them 9 years was bad. Well, here now, I don't know, here now, everybody got dead. They will have nothing to eat. They will have nothing to drink. They will have nothing. As Central say, nothing. If all you put God out all your thoughts and put that PNM back there, you know, it is critical. All you stand up, wake up and fight. So we see if we in this country could live better. We can't live for the next 5 years the way we live for the past 9 years. Blessings, Andy.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang.
Oh boy. What a contribution by Mammy Roadbrook. It's all kind of current affairs at this point in time. Do you believe that the PNM really and truly going to steal the election through the EBC when it comes to changing of the boundaries and all those various things? Are they already have ballots packed? Why, if it is, before we used to have international and CARICOM observers for elections in Trinidad, our Prime Minister only want CARICOM observers. Elections were going on Trinidad and Tobago, and for those of you that have viewed us on Guyana, the Caribbean, our Caribbean brothers and sisters, Guyana had CARICOM observers and international observers when the Granger government was there. Each and every one of you know what went on. That elections was overturned by the OS and many other very powerful organizations, and the observers, which stated that it had a real iniquities, real nonsense within that elections. But hear what to my CARICOM brothers and sisters and you in Guyana. You know the CARICOM observers were supporting Granger.
Bang, bang, bang.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Yes! All of them in the Caribbean there, buddy. Why you feel we bank? What's me? That's how Jamaica businessman going to take over everything here. And what's me? All of them in the CARICOM here is body. All them judges, magistrates, all them politicians, all of them know each other. That is why we don't want the Caribbean Court of Justice in Trinidad and Tobago. Many decisions that was made by our judicial system here in Trinidad and Tobago, when we carried by the white man and it went out by the warlords or the law lords for predicament, which is the highest court for we, the Privy Council. Them white boy and them out there don't know Rowley and them partner them not affiliated with all them politicians and them within the Caribbean, and who the Privy Council is the highest court. And the amount of things was overturned, including to you, my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, including the local government elections, that this nasty, stinking, dirty Prime Minister we have here, this spranger, this piping politically, Prime Minister we have in this country, he wasn't going to call no local elections. It's the opposition, my Caribbean brothers and sisters, is who organize and send it to the Privy Council, and them tell them they have to try elections. That's why we get a local government. And if in advance we seen that is their intent when it comes to elections and wanting to undermine the people and the will of the people, what all they expect to go on with the general elections? That one you will call for sure. You had to call it. But hear what? He going to make sure and put everything in place to thief the elections. That man friend is Maduro. That man friend is Ping Yong Hing. That man friend is all the dictators and bad boy in the movie is Rowley friends. When at the end of the day, Trinidad and Tobago economy is nearly 100% attached to to United States of America. I'm not saying that United States of America is a goody two shoe. I'm not saying some of the things that some of the people they say when it comes to America and the CIA going in and turning a country upside down. I agree that the sanctions is will also have grenade Venezuela under pressure. But at the end of the day, if this is the system that we are in, we have to respect it. Because why? Cockroach don't go in for party. We are not a powerhouse. We don't have oil and gas and all them mash up that. Like Iran and Iraq and those powerful countries out there. We don't have our oil like Guyana no more. So partner, study your house. I don't care about your personal tyrannic behavior. You is a father of all of us, the father of the nation. And you can't organize and put in a vehicle. No brakes, no gas. Somebody put a dynamite with a long dynamite cord. And that lighting and going and eventually reach the gas tank and blow up everybody. You have to see about your home by any means necessary. And what you have been doing to the home of Trinidad and Tobago and the people of Trinidad and Tobago is destroying it. You really destroyed this country in nearly 10 years. 9 years? Oh God! In that one more year, that way we know the elections will be late. You're not going to call no early elections because you ain't finished sell out everything yet. And then the EBC ain't get to switch up the boundaries and all kind of thing yet. Yeah? Because all you have to make sure all you win this election not to make jail for all your thief and self. 3-point-something billion missing. We can't get Forex. You're so stupid. You and the Ghanese government don't deal good. When Guyana is the closest thing, the closest country to Guyana. That in the refinery business and oil business is Trinidad and Tobago. They don't want nothing to do with you. Because you know why? You support Granger. Although you went across there as a CARICOM observer. You are narcissist. The head here in Trinidad went to Ghana too. So she knows what's right and what's wrong. Yeah? You support Granger. And then on top of that, you take the drill and dig it in the Ghanese people and the president and vice president Jack Dio them. You drill it in the gum by openly supporting Maduro when Ghana is a CARICOM country. Who could be more stupid than this man, boy? He's a fool, boy. Man, only the lines are open. Yes, the lines are open. Are getting angry.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Well, boy, let me give you all the numbers. What's your contribution? Where you calling from? Regional, international, or right here in Trinidad and Tobago? For those who are outside, just add the 1868. Area code 1868-225-6644. It's on the screen there. 225-6644 or 239-5120. 239-5120. Or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053. 366-3053. Or send that WhatsApp voice note. Okay? Let me see who we have or what we have. Do you want international observers? I must ask you too. Along with the CARICOM observers, or just CARICOM observers alone? What do you think about the shifting of the boundaries? You notice everything they're doing now have everything to do with the election and our democratic rights, you know. Well, watch it for yourself, you know. Morning caller, where you calling from and what's your contribution on the Ground Report?
Morning.
Kingsley, hold 1 minute. Go ahead, caller.
All right, it's much better. Good morning, Big Martin in the house. Good morning to you, Andy Fagandi, Mikey K, Lennox, all your listeners. Yes, I want observers, but I don't want no observers that PNM has linked to in Guyana. They went down in Guyana to interfere with the election, so we have to be very careful who they talk to in Guyana. Remember, our elections officer from the EBC went down there with Rowley to spend some time during the time that Granger wanted to steal the election. So we don't want none of those people to come and advise them in Trinidad how to steal an election. The other issue I want to talk about, two things. Why is Rowley so upset with a WhatsApp message that was sent by Farley to him? By the way, I'm not a house slave, so I'm talking as a free person. So he is annoyed of WhatsApp communication to him. You remember there was an article in one of the press that Gigi received a WhatsApp message from him to expedite a FUL for his friends and family in Tobago. So why are you upset about it now? WhatsApp is a way he just communicate, and Farley saw that it's fittest way to get his attention right away to not basically debate the Tobago bill, because that is not what Tobago wants. The other issue I want to talk about, the TTPS, the plain smart with foolish statistics, They're saying crime and homicide going down in November. But I want people to link that to what decision the TTPS made on the 19th and the 20th of October. What did they do? Earlier, the COP, Commissioner of Police, tell all them police who did not deserve those tactical kits and gears to bring it back. And is that a reason why we see a drop in crime, etc.? Because, there's a saying, there is a lot of imitation police and so-called real police causing mayhem in the country, extrajudicial killing, extortion, because they're always saying, hey, we saw them with police. Where?
You really believe, let me ask something, Dego.
Yes.
You really think, I don't think it's about dropping crime.
No, I don't believe, no, but it is
dropping crime. I think the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago even getting worse.
Yeah, because as of yesterday, I saw a lot of posts saying it is 594, 6 more to go to 100. The Guardian is basically give you a lower figure, but the Guardian say 574. So that basically is greater than last year already. So everything we get in now is over 600. So that is one of the reasons that the whole leadership of the police have to go, including, I want to resign right away. I want the new police commission to get a new officer, because most of the leadership, as I've said numerous occasions, came from the day of policing, and those people came from the day of policing. They catapult them into the leadership of the police, and during the GSC investigation, all of them senior police was silent. They zipped them out. They didn't sell out. The people who caused the mayhem are going to have a nice morning.
Thank you very much. Next caller, morning caller, where you calling from, and what's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning?
Let me say, oh boy.
Oh boy. I only hope you ain't coming too controversial today, The people go cuss you out.
I don't care about that. And good morning to you and good morning to listeners. I remember the UNC never left me. I never left the UNC. The UNC left me. And I speak independent. I do not speak with a UNC hat. I do not speak as a UNC voter. I speak independent. So I know any business what them say. Andy, I couldn't believe. I wake up, I think it's Saturday morning or Sunday, in the weekend here. And I go on social media. And I see mainstream media post up Amy Brown. And I couldn't believe a set of imps, pimps, and chimps start to run with that. Amy Brown could be any leader at the PNM. Dr. Rowley give any code or any way that he is leaving power? Will you stop it? I do not know if the UNC afraid to go up against Dr. Rowley. Why do you want Dr. Rowley to step down so bad? I do not know. I want Rowley to stay. That Kamala could beat Rowley. Why do you want Rowley to go so bad? Why they begging for Rowley to go so bad? Is it the UNC camp know that Rowley is going to win the next election if he stay? Because there's too much of propaganda out there. Rowley ain't going nowhere. No election is calling. And it's sad to see that the opposition and the union do not know politics in this country, do not know the people in this country. And we are going into a season.
Why are you saying the opposition, the UNC, and the union, trade unions, don't understand the politics in this country? Why would you say such anything like that? Is it because of the bus protest that it had, or what? What will make you come up to say something like that? Because I believe that they do understand I believe they understand the politics, because if you listen to last night Monday night forum, the opposition leader was at her best, and she mentioned the different part of the boundaries, how the PNM going change the boundaries and them again, and
they can't do nothing about that. We have a thing majority, and it don't need the opposition vote like the vote in Tobago. I want to thank the 4 members of the opposition who vote against that bill yesterday, because Dr. Rowdy ball a nasty ball to see if he did get the 4 support, the bill will pass. I want to thank the 4 who stand the ground and did not support that bill yesterday. Andy, we are going into a season. That's my question. We are going into a season, Andy. Our body, our mindset is done adapting, because no matter how you try to avoid Christmas, when you driving on the road, you see billboard mark up Christmas. When you turn on your TV, it's Christmas song. When you listen to your radio, Christmas song. And the people and them today who do not have money in this country, looking to go and find money, who want to rob, thief, whatever they're going to do, sell whatever they're going to do, find money to have a good Christmas. The people who have money, going to buy, they're going to spend and buy things for Christmas. And any protest must take place after Christmas Carnival. You could never call out. We people looking to save the money to buy the costume.
You know, for the first time in a long while, I agree with you 100%. Because
thank you very much.
I understand Trinidad, and but I agree with you 100%. Not on the grounds of the opposition not knowing the politics.
Yeah, I know.
100% on the grounds of, if it is you all having a protest, this is not the time. And going close to Carnival time too is not the time. Any kind of thing that happen after, because the mass media will highlight just those 2 things that Trinidad and Tobagonians and the masses love anyhow.
Yes, we
are. And then worse yet, you don't have a protest on a damn Saturday. Go ahead, Kingsley.
And so I asked myself, I said, what kind of madness is this? Who dictating this space? Who conducting it? Because you can see that they're fighting to remain in opposition. They're not fighting to be in power. So I just disappointed how the
no. You gotta remember, the UNC didn't call that protest. It's the trades unions call the protest.
Yeah, but the UNC endorsed it. Right, the UNC endorsed it.
But not only UNC, the NTA endorsed it too. Many other small groups endorse including the Ground Report. The NTA thing. But I am saying the opposition is the main political party in this country. And the opposition has to understand what is the role and the function as opposition.
You cannot endorse and call a march on a Saturday. Nowhere in the world, they will see our opposition doing that.
No, but it is right. But to be fair to the opposition again, the opposition did not call for no march or no protest. They endorsed it, and one or two people from the opposition went to it. The person, the people who called the protest was the trade unions. It's them called the protest, not the opposition.
Because Andy, let me tell you, Andy. This morning, a PNM person called me who went down there to support because they vex how Rowdy get the razor pay, right? The person vex, and the person called me this morning to tell me that it was less than 200 people were out there. But Andy, I move on very fast. Andy, this morning I come to ask question because I am disappointed that one of UNC out of job this morning. I want to ask some questions here this morning. I'm going to expose it here this morning here. I am asking how the former candidate for Indian Walk was dismissed from Michelle Benjamin office. I am asking what bacchanal went on there in that office there. I am asking after election why Michelle Benjamin and the candidate for Indian Walk was not talking for a whole month in that office. They was passing each and one that straight. And Andy, I could tell you, they say, going meeting, seeing how both of them used to operate before that young girl go up for the by election day in Indian Walk or the election where we go on there where they say the vote was tied whatever. And today they are labeling Nicole Gopal a PNM. I want to ask UNC, everybody is a PNM now. Because that young girl today out her job on Christmas. Or you take this young girl who this girl could go mad. This girl could end up like a former mayor or Shogunas. Because I know that who was the campaign manager? Michelle Benjamin. So anybody had to take blame for that loss is the MP for Moruga Tableland. How you could tell me that when they send the girl on 2 weeks vacation and then I'll let her come to her, tell her she dismissed. I want to ask the opposition leader something.
Is what you saying there have validity in what it is you are saying?
I have court closed. I want to ask the opposition leader. This is Kingsley. Did Nicole Gopal send you an email asking to intervene in the Pasa what's going on in Moruga Tableland office there? And up to now, today as I speak, you never return an email back to that young girl. What case? And I asked you to call the MP now. I asked you to call the MP now. I asked you to call somebody in the UNC now. What bacchanal is this? This young girl is going mad. Or cannot be doing people this, using people and that's what they drop people on the ground and then calling them PNM. It is not looking good. It is not looking healthy for the party. And again,
well, then let me ask you something. Why it is you the one that calling for that clarity or injustice, as you say, and not the UNC girl itself? That
because I find when I get the information, I find it was unjust, and I had to do what I have to do. I find as a human being, it is unjust. I say this on my own, right? And I stand what I say that I tell you, Andy, call the MP of Moruga Tableland, call Parliament and find out if this girl name still on any payroll in Parliament. They call them now. I am saying this. How the hell that when you could label the UNC girl, the young lady as a PNM? How you could make this girl lost her job will you take with this bread and butter from
Kingsley, until I get that information, or because remember we just going on what it is
okay, Andy, I asked you today, make some Andy, I asked you today, make some phone call. No, I didn't know the girl. I asked you today, make some phone call and call who will call. How the UNC cabal? No about that. How the UNC cabal? It point on the UNC cabal, and I never take nothing from UNC cabal. UNC cabal NCYC.
But the UNC cabal.
Listen, Andy. The UNC cabal will be always right. They don't be always right, but there's something what ringing a bell. And I want to say this, Andy. I say my say is what Kingsley say. I take full responsible for what I say here this morning. It is not nobody. I get the information. A birdie whisper in my ears, and I said no. I have to expose it. I am asking again. I'm going, and I ain't done it. No. It's I have 4 more frequency to go on to ask that question. No. I ain't done here, you know, and don't feel I done here. Don't feel I done here. I done it.
So you're going
on the Indians. I'm going on the Indians. Yes, I go on the Indian station again today. And then I'm going on power 102. Then I'm going on 91.9. I ain't done as yet, you know. I am asking the UNC, come clean, hire back that young girl.
All right.
Hire back that young girl. Give her back her job. I gone.
Right. Bye-bye.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
The views expressed there was Kingsley views. We don't know anything about that. That does not confirm with us in any way. Let's continue these calls. And only make all the calls now. You know, with all that talk there, you know, then calling. I waiting for the calls to come in to cut off Kingsley long time, you know. Man, you only on the chat, this. Hey, cut him off. Call the phone. Let me take a call and cut him off now. All I want to say, all of that live. Look, the people in Gael now hearing me saying that live that I was waiting for a call to cut him off. They were saying, when we say come out to protest, all they don't want to come out. All they have problem with everybody that talking, but all they don't want to come and talk. What? Look, the line still open, you know. Let me call the numbers. Watch. Best Kingsley that stay on. Boy, Kingsley them and call him, boy, call back.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Oh, look at me. Morning caller. No, well, look at me. Power reporters always warn we about that, you know. Everybody online and everybody who listening have an issue with when people call, how long they stay, how this, how that. But them wouldn't come and make their issue. They wouldn't do nothing but just text and talk. Let me people them line and them again. Let me get those numbers and them. And Kingsley boy, if you call back or and the snow, whoever, ban all of them. If the people, the supporters of the opposition, cutting track for Guti to run, well, let the Guti run.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Morning caller, where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning?
Good morning, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, and Trinidad and Tobago. I'm calling from Clifton Street.
Go ahead, Clifton Street. Clifton Street is where, boy?
Off St. Paul Street.
Oh, St. Paul. All right, St. Paul Street. Go ahead.
I'm listening to Kingsley this morning, and I'm asking you, Andy, be very, very, very careful with Kingsley. Kingsley like Tarzan. Kingsley keeps swinging from vine to vine. You hear his venom. I don't know what he have against UNC, but listen to him very, very carefully. Every time Kingsley come on the air, he always had to be having some issue with UNC. I don't know what he in the party for. He could bash me if he want, but I am telling you, since in Jack Warner days, I've been observing Kingsley. Kingsley like Tarzan, he's swinging from vine to vine. Remember where he was before they put him out? And he come here.
So he's so Kingsley's Tarzan, he just swing from vine to vine.
Okay, keep all your eyes on Kingsley.
So he's a grasshopper.
Have a good day, brethren.
All right, St. Paul Street, Labanty. That's what we talking about. Look, she said Kingsley's a Tarzan. The only thing he missing is one. Oh, and bringing out all the animals and them. She say he have a venom, but she say he's swinging from vine to vine. She didn't say he's a grasshopper. All of the lines open, you know. But before we open the lines, let me just say a pleasant good morning to Mikey. Mikey, you're laughing there, boy. They say TC's Tarzan, boy. They say TC's Tarzan and you missing Jane. I don't understand.
She said from vine to vine, boy. Let me say, blessed morning to you, my brother Andy Pitbull Williams. Morning to Lennox Smith, and of course our technical director and everyone who's locked on. Of course, we are on Gael TV, so our CARICOM brothers and sisters across the region, good morning to you and everyone that is locked on across the diaspora, wherever you are, North America, UK. Yes, Andy, I got a piece of what you said about cutting track for Guti to
the UNC people on the whole. All of them on the chat. Cut off Kingsley. Do this with Kingsley. Do that with Kingsley. The hammer saying live while we on Gael. But I waiting for them to call. Bring their contribution so I could take a next call. None of them ain't calling. Kingsley running. And I waiting for them to organize. Make what they call now. And I had to give them an example when they come to protest and you're showing where they don't be serious. And then Barapo always come to talk showing where when people call in, when they beat Mr. Tunapuna calling and talking long, they have a problem. When Barapo calling and talking long, they have a problem. But when you check it, you know, Mikey, them themselves not calling. Why?
Well, because they want to be entertained, Andy. They want to be entertained. That's all it's about. You have to ask yourself if it's really about change. If it's really and truly about change. These are the folks who maybe still have their head above water, and some of them are sinking, but yet still they put on a bright smile because it could be a sense of pride. But behind the scenes, a lot is taking place. Savings depleted, on the breadline, unable to feed the family. This is real. Some people might say...
As I say, this is real. Let me just take this one call that was holding here. Go ahead, caller.
Good. Morning, gentlemen. Morning. This is Barapo calling.
Barrowman. Go ahead, Barrowman.
Barapo.
Barapo. The next Barapo.
Gentlemen, let me tell you something. I don't agree at all with anybody who's saying cut off people like Kingsley or a PNM sycophant who will call in and try to justify why Rowley should be the next prime minister and all this kind of thing. Because sensible people gonna know that you need to hear the voices and the opinion of these people to make sure that how you keep focus. Because we living among people who really don't know what is good and bad in this country. And I hear people talking about observers and CARICOM observers and international observers and changing boundaries and all this kind of thing. Let me tell you something. None of that shouldn't have a little iota of any concern where this election is coming up here. Because if people still don't know that who they're voting for and what they want for this country, Rowley don't have to do nothing like that. Let fight the election just want everybody just go and put him back right there. Let me leave out all the observers, let me leave out all the boundaries and the voter pardon and every single thing, and let Rowley just say a calling election and let me just go and put them back there. Because after 9 years, I cannot come to terms to understand how anybody who in a meeting with a red jersey on, listening to Rowley, Imbert, Stuart Young, Alwari, the whole batch of them, to tell them, here what, this is what I'm going to do for you and the country for the next 5 years. Because you see, the last 10 years, I was planning. And now this 5 years, it's going to happen. So, I'm going to open back Caroni, I'm going to open back Petrotrin, are going and reduce the crime, are going and fix the road, are going and give
Wait, Mr. Barapo. Rowley say you going to open back, Arnie?
No. I want to know if that is what he going to tell these idiots and them that they're going to vote for him. If them was dotish and dumb for the last 10 years, that what it is in the face of this earth that Rowley could tell any Trinidadian who have a one brain cell in the head that he going to do so that people go vote back for the PNM. And if all you think that boundaries and observers gonna make a difference, all you go and vote back to Rowley. If that is a concern, every single human being in this country supposed to walk, crawl, swim, fly, and go out on that day when Rowley call the election and vote out the PNM. Because something, if anybody could tell me who undecided or some kind of thing, that Rowley convinced them after this 10 years to vote for PNM, well, oh God, that is the greatest man ever walked the planet today. Better than Jesus and any other prophet. Have a good morning, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Raj out there in Orlando, a pleasant good morning to you, my brother. What's your contribution on the ground report this morning? Yeah.
Andy for Gandhi. Andy, I'm very sorry to say that every time Kingsley talk, I feel to puke. But anyhow, the guy talk about every time Kingsley come on the radio station is about the money and the money and the money and the money. But if you don't have no money, how you give you? If you don't have, how someone going to give you to have? The opposition struggling right now because the PNM keeping the money. And imagine that PNM called Kingsley and tell Kingsley, out of everything, he's upset with the rate of fear of the government. There's so much thing happening in the country. Bad roads, bad medical, bad health, bad everything, stealing money, billions of dollars missing. But he will call Kingsley and tell Kingsley about the ways of pay making upset. There's so much thing in the country could upset him, but that way he tells Kingsley. Kingsley, I tell you, you're a lunatic, you're a dummy, and you're a fool. Stop using the people radio station and making yourself look stupid. You go on all the radio stations to look yourself stupid and people laugh at you. I'm telling you, they laugh at you because they realize Kingsley's a PNM or was a PNM and now he's a dummy. He's not nobody else. A man can't call you. You know what, a little birdie, they tell me that, that the fellow who call you, setting you up to make you look stupid. Kingsley. I mean, there's so much bad things you could talk about and you could come and tell about that upset me that way. A PNM supporter.
But he said that is what made the PNM supporter go to the protest and the PNM supporter not voting for PNM again.
But there's so much
thing
bad in the country, everything bad in the country, and that's the only thing that make you upset. It's like telling me my wife beating me, stealing me, robbing me, and horning me. But when I go home, she has cook a good food. I don't like the food she cook. That make me upset. What the hell? I mean, come on, man. It's like, Kingsley, stop calling the people station and wasting your time and making yourself look like a fool. Because you are making yourself look stupid. You're talking like you're unintelligent. You're not intelligent. Because you're trying to be smart. You're trying to sound like you're intelligent, but you're not. I mean, come on, brother. Come on, man. Wait till the UNC get the power, and then you can talk. Well, they're giving me this and they're giving me that because you always talk about money. We all have a problem with money. I work in America. I'm working hard. Me and my wife, we make a good salary. We always money. You always want more. You want to live better. That's what it is. We want to live better, just like you. But you have to do the right thing, Kingsley. Stop calling the radio station because you're telling everybody you're going to all the radio station and to complain about a woman lost his job. But my father always tell me, honey, don't take our next man S-H-I-T and push up your B-O-T-T-O-N. Don't do that. When somebody gets fired, she have a mouth. She could call and talk about, not you. You don't do that. Andy, but I support you. Talk to you later.
All right, thank you very much. Oh boy, next caller.
Very interesting.
Next caller, man.
You have calls there? All right, let the calls come.
Yeah. Everybody calling now. Morning, caller. Morning, caller. Where you calling from?
Sorry, Grandy.
Go ahead, Grandy.
Because I was listening to that man, right? And these are the things that happen to make party lose election. If you have a problem, go to the source of the problem. Don't come and tell Andy or tell any radio station and you're done with that. They're making bacchanal. You don't do them kind of thing. You have a problem. If Michelle Benjamin is the problem, you try and get in touch with she because like you know everything. So if you know everything, go to the source of it and sort it out for the girl. Because what you're doing there now is just making bacchanal. You are solving no problem. If you had to meet Kamala Bissell, I'll meet she and talk to she because at her time I could meet her. So if you have a problem, go and meet her and talk with her. Why you have to come out and talk this stupidness? Do you understand what I'm saying, Andy?
Yes, caller, I understand what you're saying. He's supposed to organize and get a meeting with Kamala or meet with Michelle Benjamin and ask them why every girl was fired and what is the situation there first before he come to the radio. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. And make something happen good. You see what let me tell you something.
Yeah, tell me what. Talk quick. Let me finish. Yeah,
we have to come on board as everybody. If we're on a cruise, let everybody be on the cruise. And if we had to go out in the tongue and buy, let me go out and buy. Right? But don't come now and talk this stupidness. Okay? Have a good day, sir.
Thank you very much, caller. Oh boy, well, if you don't have no more calls, yes, my brother Mikey. What's up, my brother?
My brother, I didn't hear Kingsley's contribution, and whatever it is, regardless of whatever, I don't see how it is that it's paramount to anything at all that we've been going through for the last almost 10 years. I mean, we still on personalities. Oh, a man want to talk, he think, let him talk, he think. When he finish talk, you get back to the core issues. There are real issues taking place. Rowley said, CARICOM observers. We say we want more than that. They're talking about the fact that, protests. We want more than what we see on Saturday. We want to know everything that we are going to do moving forward until the walls of Jericho has fallen and crumbled. That's what it's all about. It's about living better. If Kingsley has something to say, okay. But if you are laser focused, what do you care about what anybody has to say or come here to say? So what? This is a forum. It's an open forum. Again, it's a talk show, but it's not a talk shop. We have things to do. 3 candidates, I keep saying 3 candidates were named recently by the Honorable Kamala Bissell. Have you contacted them? Have you started working with them? Have you heard anything about what's going on in the constituency that they are put there to represent? Have you got involved? You know anything they're doing for Christmas? You know any plans that they have for the children, whether it be hampers? You know anything that's going on? But you taking on somebody with a narrative and saying, well, they should have done this, they should have done. We don't have time for that. We don't have time. We don't have that luxury to be playing around with personalities. You have to get involved. And I want to say hats off to the opposition last night for a wonderful town hall meeting. And to those who, of course, gathered at the mic for the open mic session to express themselves openly, keeping with the theme of healthcare. I want to say, yeah, man, we are maturing, we are growing, and that's what it's all about. Things are happening, people. Regardless of how you feel, the UNC is working. I can tell you that the party is working. Are you getting involved? On the sidelines, throwing words, but up to now, you don't know what might be taking place. Come on, man. We come too far for this. Think about it. We came through what? Dead relatives for the mismanagement of COVID that Andy always talks about. It was mismanaged. Our loved ones that died, we came through all that. We came through dead babies. We come through potholes with cars going down, and who knows it, but we end up in Switzerland or Poland. We came through the poor healthcare system that is still taking place. We came through where Prime Minister said more than 2,000 students fell through the cracks. Where are they now? Are they in Raymond Yard? Were they choked out in a pool of blood as being some kind of murder victim? Where are they? Where are these young people? Look at the scores that we get when it comes to national exams. And we still yakking. We come in on the YouTube chat and we cussing this one, we cussing that one. Where we going? What we doing? We have to be laser focused. These people on the back foot.
If you know the kind of things that going on inside the PNM, it will shock you. But yet still they try to hold it together, cosmetic or not, because they don't want you to see, or moving that curtain and see really what's going on inside there. It's bad. It's bad. They can't even call a convention. That tells you something. The great mighty PNM can't even call a convention. And people buying into this nonsense that who's stepping down and stepping down what? They have to go into the elections with a political leader. It's bad. It is terrible. They dare not make certain moves because people are waiting. And some cabinet minister leaked documents and whoever claiming the leak, trust me, it's them who leak it. Only connect the dots for yourself. Nobody is threatened by you, but you threatened by everybody else. You were supposed to be chairman. You forget that? They yanked that away from you. You are accustomed being acting prime minister. They yanked that away from you. Who have the political axe to grind? And while all that is taking place, we can't simply just sit by and rely on that to make sure that we come into government. No, we ain't going to waltz in there. They're not going to lay down and play dead. They're on business. Whether it's poor business dealing with crime, poor business dealing with healthcare, poor business dealing with extortion, poor business dealing with home invasions, poor business dealing with the economy. They believe on all of the fact that they have failed. They still have a campaign and a narrative to come out here to tell you, give them another chance. They believe that they're bold-faced and they're confident. That's how nasty these people are. You cannot fall victim to that. You have to stay laser focused and forget about personalities. What Kingsley said, like Kingsley said, at the end of the day, we have a country to save. We want to live better, and that is where the focus should be. Are you ready?
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.
Nice. The lines are open, Trinidad and Tobago. While Kingsley running him out, you run yours. What's your contribution this morning? Let's hear. Let me give you the numbers. And then I'll play some voice notes. I have a couple of voice notes as well. So I'm going to give you the callers opportunity again. 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120. Or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053. Or send that voice note. What says thou? What says thou?
Yeah, don't act like you giving us CARICOM observers as though you're doing us a favor. Whatever Rowdy has to offer is not doing us a favor. We're entitled to it. We want more than that. And if you have a problem with people sending you names for election observers across the world, you said you have nothing to hide. So where's the problem inviting everybody? Let everybody come. You want to pick and choose and make it look as though you're doing us a favor when it comes to our democracy? Who the hell is you? Who is you? We had enough for you. Nobody afraid you. Nobody intimidated by you. You're not going to bully yourself to victory. It ain't going to happen. You're not doing us a favor, boy. We want more than CARICOM observers. And we demanded it. Who you have, Andy?
The hell with you, Rowley. That is the worst Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. He's a political piper and a spranger. Go ahead, caller. Politically.
Morning, Andy. Morning, Andy.
Kenrick, go ahead, man. We haven't heard you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yes, yes.
All right. Andy.
Yes, man.
Please. You don't have to fight with no fool. Okay? You just take it easy. You need fighting to prove nothing. Kamala is there. Kamala know what she's doing. You have to deal with a swinger, man. The guy is a swinger. I listen to him all the time, but he's a swinger. He listens to all his program and on Alcha Welch he used to be. I know him. I hear everything. I know everything. You know? And you just study that fool, man. Do what you have to do. Kamala is yellow is the color. Right? And that's it. Keep focused. Don't let nobody get you upset, man. Keep what you're doing. You're going to report.
That's right.
Good job.
That's right. Focus. Laser focus.
All right, Kenrick Prasad. He said the man is a swinger. Let's take a next call. Morning caller. Say he bowling some googly.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh God, and to all of the guys channel, all listeners. And Mikey K, you're right, you know. Because, and some of the foreign callers, all they did nothing for the school children, the book drive. I know Iowa George Station had some book drive, but I didn't see a picture of any child. I didn't think an Indian child must have gotten anything there. But nevertheless, we had to push back our own to the 22nd and the yes, we had to mind our own business. And nothing wrong with anybody talking about money. And nothing wrong with anybody talking about money. Probably you all have. Kingsley don't have. All you don't know the boy does get a phone card. So anyhow, all you send money for Anderson now. Some other foreign callers. My number is 265-3846. So some other foreign callers that will help each other in the 22nd.
Hold on. Them children still need help? But Kareem Marcel is there. I don't understand that.
No, Kareem Marcel is not
your nephew is there.
This is that Kareem Marcel is the one
still need help.
No, you go outside the callers who calling about Kingsley.
I don't understand that. How they still need help? Kareem Marcel is there. Hines was there and you say they ain't get no help. They are custom not getting help.
This is not about
the only help that is get is from the UNC. The only help that is get is from the UNC. Hines was there and you said they ain't get no help. Kareem Marcel for me now. And they still ain't getting no help. I don't understand this, man. This is madness, man.
But watch, admit.
Dr. Munira
people is only but people
all right. Our own enemies.
All right, but let me ask you something.
People.
Let me ask you something. Admit something. So the people that beat them, there's only get help from the UNC. Really and true.
No. Everybody that does their own little thing in Andy. You know what I'm telling you? I accustomed doing my own thing. Not now, years now. Yes. Before Kareem Marcel was even some dream to born. Right, so Dr. Murila Lane said Kareem. He said Anderson created the 22nd. Chillingham then he said Kareem. She said, told Kareem, I'm glad for him. That's what Chillingham said. So all they with the Kareem, all they mess me with that. So some other foreign callers, all they said they tell about child. All they doesn't do that. Right? And stop study Kingsley. Yeah, man, every minute Kingsley and Anderson.
No, but the same Kingsley's a grasshopper.
Indian Kingsley call. No,
I don't hear him selling Milal. I didn't hear him selling Jolene. I heard him selling Kareem. He didn't sell Jolene. He didn't sell Milal. He didn't sell Kamala Prasad Bishasha. He didn't sell Bezuli. He didn't sell Saddam Hussein. He didn't sell Vandana Mohit. He didn't sell any of them. He was selling Kareem. And now that Kareem is there, these children should have no problems. Come Christmas, Kareem is there. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la. Let's move on. Who's on the outside?
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Raw Point, the Ground Report for you, Trinidad and Tobago. For those of you who know, well, yeah, all you know, this is how it is, undiluted, straightforward, get to the point, and tomorrow all of you will still hug up, but it's plain talk, bad manners. The lines are open. I think it's time for me to play some voice notes, you know.
All right, run some voice notes.
Yeah. These people and them will be saying, look how long they said.
I don't understand. It's hamper. It's Christmas drive. The UNC. They didn't want to embrace the UNC and the beat them. Some of them saying, oh, all of them is the same. All of them is the same. One helping you and one is not. And the one who helping you, they're in opposition and all, and they still helping you. All they jump up and make noise like it was the coming of the Lord. Kareem, oh Heavenly Father, who cry, who jump on their knees, and now you're coming to talk about the chair need help. That night when he was selected, there should be nobody on the beat up asking for help after that. We don't have time to waste. Run some voice notes, Andy.
Yeah. Let me take this one call here. Morning caller. Morning caller. Caller, morning.
You're there, caller. Go ahead.
Caller, you're live. Oh boy, now let me run the voice notes and them day, man. Oh boy. That is good, man. Anderson, relax yourself a little bit there now. You understand? take some constructive criticism, and now let us continue. We have people who want to nothing to the children. They want to put up UNC flags from Mova Junction straight down the Beatum from the junction there by Toyota. Straight by you, repairing the most. Straight to Portsmouth by City Gate. That's what we want. And we want to make sure that no PNM flag. Be hearing us now. Nice. Everybody should be hearing us now.
It may have
No. The thing ain't drop.
Okay.
Audio. Right. Audio is back up. Audio is back up. Everybody, including on Dial, everybody are hearing us. Oh boy. So you could come back in. Nice. So long. Let me see here. The ground report with Mikey K. Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
And Lennox Smith.
Nice. Oh boy. So let me organize those voice notes. Well, right. All just give a thumbs up. I'm sure you all are hearing. Nice. You all are hearing the audio now. Very good. So let's continue. I'm going to play some voice notes by the time. Hey, Teacher Balmain. A pleasant good morning to you. Oh boy. Go ahead, Teacher Balmain. Go ahead, Teacher Balmain. Morning. I missed your call. Go ahead. Oh, shucks. Hold on. They ain't go hear you yet. Just now. Oh, shucks. Let me just put it onto the board. When I've set back everything there, I didn't put it on to the board. Oh, boy. Nice. Yeah, Mikey, what else have I meanwhile I just hooking up the city board and we have some calls on hold there at this point in time. Well, I know you had one mention already where we supposed to keep the focus and those things. Nice.
But again, CARICOM observers is not enough, so we have to demand more. And we are in a position to demand more. We've had enough.
Go ahead, Teacher Balmain.
You have someone there? Go ahead, Teacher Balmain. Go ahead.
Hello, pleasant good morning, gentlemen. It's a fiery program this morning, as it should be. It's the silly season. Election is in the air. And we will expect all detractors to come up with things that we don't really want to hear or know or entertain. But in this program, on the ground report, we do entertain these people. But I believe sometimes we just have to let it slip by. But Mikey responded very powerful there, and that is important. We should stay focused. We know what is the goal. We know what we want for 2025. Certainly not what we've been having for the last 9 years, and by next year it will be 10 years. And we are not going to allow people to take away our spirit, our strength of purpose, and our determination to succeed. And as Mikey reminds us ever so often, let us see what we can do to ensure that we achieve that success. Because we cannot live in this kind of morass anymore. It is really too much now to bear. If you look at the poverty and the neglect throughout, well, I am in Central, so I can tell you it's very bad. There are people who could barely feed themselves and their children. And this is the time when people give, they care, they share. It's the Christmas season. People want to feel that spirit that is always there of love and, togetherness. And that is not there. It is certainly not there. There is barely any circulation of any kind of financial money in terms of people being able to purchase things. So I've been around a little bit and I'm seeing it, that how it is very, very slow. So we can't sit down and take it. Lots of things have been shoved down our throat and we've been sitting and waiting and don't know what we are waiting on. Remember, the power is in us, within that index finger of ours. And we are the government. We have to ensure that they do what we want. And they are certainly not doing that now. And we need to let them know. And let them know in a way where they will feel it. Not just talk it. We have to start acting now. And we have to get it right. So this is all I want to say. Don't lose focus. Let us continue to fight the fight. Let us unite and let us succeed. Thank you, gentlemen, and blessings.
Thank you so much, Teacher Balmain.
Yes, indeed. Well said.
Yes, let me organize.
Well said.
Oh boy.
Get involved. You have to get involved. If people come in with bitter talk and who's sour and who in this, oh God, just hey, partner, I'm sorry to hear about all that, but listen, right now, we on a path of saving this country. We don't have time. You don't have time. That's how focused you are. It's like you get some bad news and you head into the hospital. You have no time to make a detour or turn here or stop here. You're going because you're concerned. Your concern and the concern of others and of this country is the main priority. Stop making people I issue who want to talk, let them talk. And when they run them out, you run your business. And your business is for all of us to live better. We have Andy.
Yes.
All right, so nobody here, another quick one.
All right, let me take this call here real quick. Go ahead, caller. Then I will take them voice note. Cutting it anyhow. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Morning, Andy. Morning, Mikey K. And morning, Lennox Smith. This is Malcolm X here.
Yes, brother.
Go ahead, Malcolm X. You just listen to us on the phone normal. Forget about the gadget. Go ahead, my brother.
Listen to this, eh? Right now, people in this country really is a funny kind of people where I see Saturday. But as a citizen of this country, I call in on the Prime Minister, which I know he wouldn't hear that, and he wouldn't do it. And they are seeing now heavy and TC program come like the ground report where they're taking it off at the radio. But my concern is what we must able to air our views, our dissatisfaction of our taxpayers' money. I want to know if we could call on Mr. Inboard to take holidays. Let Mr. Inboard go on holidays, Mr. Prime Minister. And when Inboard go on holidays, get somebody independent that we could depend on to investigate how we money really spending in this country. I want to know how we money really spending in this country. I seen Ministry of National Security getting money and a fireman falling out of a fire truck because of the door. Children in the hospital, county council, city council.
Where mean a fireman fall out of a fire truck? Because
listen to me now.
So you say?
Andy is the greatest I ever seen in the world. A fire engine going on a corner. And that man could have break his neck when he fall out. where the Minister of Finance record with the money, where the money really spending. Listen, Trinidad and Tobago, my great concern this morning, Andy, Mikey, and Lennox, and the people who concern where the Minister of Finance really spending with money. If you're spending it on the airport in Tobago where you say overextended, you spend it on fixing Whitehall, all you have it closed. You fix it on the President House. Now you're fixing you're fixing where Despos was, you're billing with Despos was. If because you is an engineer, the ministry money of finance is only to fix things while you're getting cut back because everything have a cutback because we have no track record on the finance of this country. Listen, man, Trinidad and Tobago, I want Mr. Inbo to go on holidays and let me get somebody to investigate what this man really spending with money on. Is baby dying? Is this happening? Garbage and cleaning? The port workers and them complaining? Is Tech complaining? And Inbo talking in a way like that, he money, he just billing, renting it out and doing all kind of things. After Saturday, meaning no sympathy with nobody in Trinidad who in common. Because everybody showing in Trinidad, they're satisfied with where we're really going on, Andy, boy. Mighty K, you and all see that, boy. People like this satisfied with the evil this government doing with mismanaging with money and can't give we accountability. I want Inbo right now. I call in on Citizen to call on Inbo to go on holidays and let me get somebody independent to investigate where this Minister of Finance really spending money because Manning son, everybody like they just a secret for one another. You understand? Enough is enough, man. It's time for 1970 to kick up. And we start Saturday, the crowd was satisfying. That same crowd could come out again. And let we keep the fight, not waiting on next year. Next year, only waiting on election. Only see what's going on. Only see what's going on. Boy, listen, Andy, Mighty K. Well, I see now they're getting rid of heavy and TC like how they're trying to get rid of all you. So just now, this man we manning one we bowed, boy. Is we manning one we boy. Is this where we paying for? Who in vote for him had to pay for the wickedness with this man condoning as a man we say it would not corruption, boy. Boy, it's time people to start to get locked up, boy. Look at what's happening all over the world, boy. Look at what's happening in Syria. Where it is going on in Trinidad. All you sleeping, all you wake up now. Wake up. Have a good day. Wake up, dead people. All you wake up. All you have a government doing all you want, boy. All you wake up, study all your children, study all your grandchildren, boy. Boy, listen to me now, man.
We have, you have calls, you have voice notes, what you have there?
We have some calls and things that real callers that call in, but
All right, you're sounding a little distant there. But go ahead, let the calls come through. And please, Andy, stick to what you said yesterday. The voice notes, make sure they're not too long. Make sure if by any chance it starts to go down the road of a CNN International Hour, please cut that. All right. We have homegrown problems here. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello. What's going on with local government? Some years ago, a fella in parliament bring a piece of red jockey shorts and say he was related to some great prophet, right? And now they put him in local government. But I send a picture to you all of the status of the situation at Oceanville Park in Tonapuna. The grass, twice the height of the metal fence. So I want to know what's going on in local government. The other day, I was passing on Riverside Road. I saw a lady from a van throwing with a shovel some kind of rubble in a hole. Well, about 2 weeks after a big rainfall, And I see a old man driving a PEC, new vehicle, a old fella. I feel sorry for the man because all the rain wash away the stuff from the hole that they patch. And the man car went down and that with one loud noise. What going on with our money?
Right, you finish the caller? Where you calling from otherwise?
St. Joseph.
All right, St. Joseph, thanks so
St.
much for your
Joseph.
contribution, and we understand what you're saying.
Ready,
because they
ready
patch
man
the
lost
whole
the
and man with
bearer.
a new car pass, badang, you
Yeah.
show tire bus, you show rims, you
Yeah,
bend.
yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
questioning what's going on with our money in Trinidad and Tobago when it comes
Yeah.
to local government.
Thief out.
All right, thank
I
you.
agree with that. I agree with that, Andy. We were sold a big dream on that, you know. Go ahead.
Yes,
If you have
yes.
voice notes, go ahead.
Oh boy, callers, Ole, go ahead. Before I play these voice notes and them, all who making you all calls. Go ahead. Morning, caller.
Good morning, ground report. Hello?
Hey, good morning to you, Mr. Tunapuna. You go ahead, my brother.
All right. Now, listen, firstly,
Go ahead.
Mikey, Andy, you know, as I say, I have a breathing problem, but boy, I had to take my chance and call, although I do it unknown to my wife and my children.
Yeah, but please take your time. You know, we ain't talking about, but take your time, take it easy, because the last thing we want, because this program just get blamed for everything, you know. I don't want
I know,
nobody
I-
coming home and finding you lying on the ground with the phone in your hand, and next thing you see the ground report kill you. So please,
No, no.
take your time. I know the
Brother, I
breathing is
had to-
problem. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. Firstly, let me say this, eh? I read on the paper sometime this week an article where the government is getting $200 and something million from in the Caribbean Andes Bank. I don't know if you all read it. And it said it's to do something to help with the education system, repair schools and whatnot. That is $250 it is, right? $150 towards repairing schools and preschools and all them thing and whatnot because of the condition of the schools and thing. And the second part of $100 million going towards road repairs and what have you. You know, up till now, I'm trying to read in this article, and they never mention it is a loan. They never mention it. They said we will be getting this from the bank, these people. We allocate so much billions of dollars in the bank, in the budget for school repairs and whatnot under the Ministry of Education. And similarly, under the Ministry of Works and whatnot, Rohan Sinanan, the kingpin, the dealer, to fix road and what have you and thing. Where all that money gone? That we now have to get money. And one of the point I want to make, they never said in the article, it's a loan, because of the fact that people have been criticizing this government for extensive borrowing, exceeding the borrowing limit, and then the question of to pay back and all this kind of thing. So this is one concern that I have. I would want some clarity on that, whether this is a loan, because nobody ain't giving you no money like that, Caribbean and this bank or whoever it is. So I want to get some clarity on that. Lennox, maybe you could do a little investigation into that for me, please. Secondly, Kid Rowley, I'm going to tell you this frank comment. You're a notorious liar. I'll tell you why I say this. I watched this debate yesterday in the Parliament with that Tobago House of Assembly autonomy bill and what have you. And Kid Rowley, you were found lying because you said, because according to what the opposition was saying, that the EBC is supposed to submit that report of anything boundary shift and what well, before the election, and then after that they have to submit it. And 30 days after that submission of that report, this has to go to the Parliament. A copy was sent to the Speaker, which we don't hear nothing coming when anything goes to the Parliament, where it is the responsibility of the Speaker to table anything, even though the government, I think it is an imposition on the Parliament to make this thing public. But you, the Speaker, similarly, you didn't do the same thing when the report from the Auditor General came to you. You never said anything. you are the hush up woman for the PNM. And I am saying, Keith Rowley, you said that because the leader of the opposition in a meeting last night said that she had written to the ABC with respect to that particular issue. And she said 2 days or so after she got a reply from them. But Keith Rowley said that he got that, and after 1 month, he said he tabled it in the parliament. And I am telling Keith Rowley, you're lying. Because when this matter was raised in the parliament yesterday, the opposition never got a chance to respond because you were for the thing. I am calling on the opposition to make a declaration to tell the population if Keith Rowley was speaking the truth. That was never tabled in the parliament because I don't miss no parliament debate. None. And if more so, that I would have expected to see the articles and things coming from the media and whatnot. You would have seen things about it that the EBC is proposing the boundary shift and all this kind of thing. But there was never any discussion. None. And you coming to tell people that you tabled this before and what have you? Keith Rowley, you're lying to the population. And finally, brothers, I have a very serious concern, and all of them hear me raise that. And I've been blasted by some callers because they say that I speak and I talk Indian people and what have you. I don't care to hell about that. I don't care about them. Who want to label me as this and that, what that and thing. Even Mr. Takrik one all them Mr. Label, when I make certain statements as it relates to Indian people. And I'm going to tell you why I'm saying that. We had the procurement regulator, Munilal Lalchan, who sit down on the backside, get a highest paid salary, and never did anything where the procurement is concerned, and allow the government to run roughshod, sell out state enterprises and what have you, and said absolutely nothing. You had Beverly Khan now, who is the new procurement regulator. You hear anything about her? As the thing where procurement is concerned? You had the woman who is head of the Police Service Commission. What's her name again? Who was removed the last time? Who with the thing, the report that was submitted to the president. And they end up Rowley going to the president and pulling it back and whatnot. Huh?
Blessy Passad or something.
Right. Now let me tell you why I'm telling all of this. I want to understand the pattern of the behavior of these people, this race of people. And I always say this, Andy, you always hear me say that. They will sell their mother, they will sell their wife, they will sell their children to get wealth. They don't care even sacrificing a life for the member of their family to get rich. I was listening to a thing the other day, because you remember some time ago, when the unions and everybody appealing for the settlements and things and negotiations and what have you. He said, that is not my responsibility, that is the CPU. Good. There and then after, there was some negotiations which you had offered 4%. And then you yourself comment but said, I have instructed the CPU. This is what I'm telling you. I have instructed the CPU that we will offer 5%. So how the hell then it wasn't you that make any changes or anything to the negotiation. But now you're coming to say that. And what is even frightening, the CPO, who is one, well, boy, I don't know to call them Dr. Dindial. Them fellas are name is fraud. Right? Similarly to all of them so-called Indian who is political analysts and this and that and that UV and thing. And them fellas singing for the supper. Because all the time it had so much thing going on. And all you wasn't saying nothing. And all you Pete Rowley and them with kid gloves and just making comments. But all you have fallen really love all your country. All you would have stand up with brute force, as the late Dr. Gostra needed to say, and stand up and tell the government, hey, all you're doing sewage. But all you didn't do that because all you're afraid to lose, all you work at you as lecturers and whatnot. But coming back to this Indian fella, with the Salary Review Commission report, when the question thing, you know what he said? The Salary Review Commission was only doing the job that was asked of them. Asked of them? Or what was said to them. So in other words, they were acting on instructions. If you put the properly and say, okay, the responsibility of the salary commission is to do so and whatnot. It is a different connotation that implies. But what you were saying is that they did what they did because it was asked of them. So therefore it is because you're from your here, listen to the statement of Keith Rowley. And say, it means to say, and then what? I don't know if it's right, whether it's right or wrong. That is not my concern and whatnot. This fella, the Indian, and them was acting on instructions of the government. But what you were saying, of the increase in salaries for Rowley and the ministers, including the opposition and the judges and what have you. So the Indian and all your people, that special type of people, I want it to sound racial. But let me tell you something, I am a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. Understand? And I have 50% of me that is Spanish. My father was a Venezuelan. So I have no loyalty to no race. I follow absolutely no religion. None. I believe in the Almighty God and truth. That is my salvation. But what I am saying is this. You are seeing a particular road that these people and them who will benefit from the PNM, and they're hell-bent on going on a particular direction and misleading the population. And I am saying, Dindial, you have to come out and clear the air on that statement you're making. They were told, there was what they were instructed to do. Not that what they were supposed to do, but what they were instructed to do. So in a sense that you receive instructions from the government to accept that, and Rowley and them went ahead with it. Understand? And then this statement by Rowley in the Tobago House of Assembly bill. Keith Rowley, you were found lying, and I'm calling on the opposition to respond to that, because yesterday in the debate in the parliament, Rowley wrapped up, and the opposition couldn't get a chance to respond to it. Because I am saying, I listen to all the debates with my brothers, all, 99.9%. And if that was an issue that was raised, the country would have been very aware of it. There would be concerns raised. The media would have taken it up. But there is nothing in no newspaper or any media house to justify or to say, well, yes, this matter was raised. So opposition, all you have a duty, all you have a responsibility to come out and clear here on this thing. Yeah. And according to, you hear what he say now? He wrote to the CARICOM secretariat or whoever it is for CARICOM observers. I want to see letter. Don't tell me that. Because I tell you something, all of them, the CARICOM leaders, all of them, is a pod for the piece on the same pod. All of them. Because if it is, why you can't make this letter to the public? It is in the public interest. It is in a similar situation where Dinesh Trambali requested a letter, something, information. I'm trying to remember what it was. And he said to make this public, to make the information public. And the opposition had to start doing this thing and getting these information under the freedom of information, because Rowley, you're lying to the population. And we cannot just take your word.
We agree with that. We agree with that. Thank you so much, Mr. Tunapur. We agree. Yeah, you're right. Show us. Just don't just talk. Show us. And as well, you know, if you're talking about CARICOM observers, there's also Commonwealth observers, OS, also Carter Center. You said you had nothing to hide, so invite everyone. We have the Andy.
Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you.
A play. Mikey K. And by extension, our Gael family, Workers Platform, and all on the live stream. Thank you, Mikey K, for your daily reminder on where our focus is supposed to be. Moving on, let me congratulate our political leader this morning on a very educational and informative town hall meeting. One of the topics talked about was on mental health, which we have heard nothing about for the past 9 years. Leader, your tenacity and vision is truly inspiring, and I am confident that your leadership once again as our Prime Minister in waiting will return good governance for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We want to live better. Thank you, gentlemen, and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ann Brown. Thank you so much indeed. And yes, last night was really a wonderful town hall meeting. Go ahead, Andy.
Nice.
Yeah, go to the head of the class, Miss Woodbrook. Go to the head of the class. Well said, well said, well done. Anderson, you too, you know. You don't know. You know, Miss Santa Cruz, you and all those make some wonderful contribution. Matter of fact, all the ground report supporters make wonderful contribution. It's only negative one of them who support the PNM that's come with the ratchet fee. But anyhow, well said again, Miss Woodbrook. Loving the house.
Yes.
Andy, don't let them raise your blood pressure. Play the voice note. They were called play the voice note. I was calling earlier on, but I was talking. They didn't answer my call. Play the voice notes.
Andy, good morning. Sorry to say, man, but when I hear Kingsley come on, brother, I just change my channel and wait a 5 minutes till he go again. I really can't take he on. I really can't take he on. I don't know why he don't just drop out of everything.
Oh, Lord. All right, Kingsley. Let me continue those voice notes.
Yeah, stay focused. Go.
Yeah, the Kingsley sending them mad, Mikey. So they had to stay focused.
I don't see why. Why?
Boy.
Yeah, these things are going to happen. It's silly season. Brace yourself. You take all that suffering for almost 10 years, and now just to get over this hurdle, you have an issue with these trivial things. These things are nothing. You're a giant in the game now. You've matured socially and politically. You know better. So come on, people. Stay laser focused. We have candidates. We have people to work with. We have party groups. We have coordinators. Come on. Let's get the work going.
Boy, but they say now Kingsley was on the side. They could take Rowley, look them hole in the strain. But when they get next second Rowley, they come like it's the devil on them, they say. So they had to really talk to them, let them stay focused. Kingsley sending them mad, bro.
That is all right. We had a whole cabinet we had to deal with. A whole cabinet of people. And at the end of the day, it's only the ruthless elite that getting everything. We dealt with that. So I think we could deal with anything, man.
Yeah, man.
Andy, good morning. Good morning to the listeners. I want to say special good morning to Idi Amin Dada, the dictator of Trinidad and Tobago. He know who he is. I don't have to call his name, right? When you see this man, the behavior yesterday, live on Parliament channel, yesterday in Parliament, right? You cannot help but confirm that this man is a big coward bully. He, according to Patrick Manning, when he doesn't get his way, he bullies you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I will have none of it. This coward bully, right, likes to strangle on women, and specifically in Parliament yesterday, he targeted our
He targeted our
anti-cams, and every bullying statement he made was directed at her. This man has no respect at all for women. No wonder why his wife Sharon horned him, right, with the special branch man, right? And so after that, he banned all special branch officers from doing duty at the diplomatic center. And he say in public that he could take a horn. Well, boy, this man could take worse than horn. This man is the devil incarnated in human form, if he's a human being at all, right? And when you see the antics that he playing off in Parliament, he feel that he is really King Kakahole of Trinidad and Tobago, right? He is the ultimate goal in Trinidad. What he says go and no man sunder. Thanks, son.
All right, yeah, roll, make it your voice notes. But I mean, some parts of these things, all right, you had to try to make a little more sense. We are, of course, across the region. People are weighing in from Jamaica, Dominica, Grenada. So try to, put your thing together, your content together with a little more understanding of that, please. All right, go ahead, Andy.
Listen, people, I've been saying it for years. The Prime Minister is a king. when you're head of a party, you win the general election, you win the parliament. That's the legislature lock. The electoral college decides who the president is going to be. That's the lower house of parliament, the upper house of parliament, and the speaker of the house. The prime minister will have influence in all those three. You can very easily decide who the president is going to be. And you've seen in 8 years, less than 8 years, this prime minister has changed president twice. You know, our tradition is 2 years per president. 2 terms, per president. So he's clearly shuffling to get what he wants. The president, according to the Constitution, I think it's Section 74, is the executive of this country. So because the prime minister decides who he's going to be, technically the prime minister is. And the Constitution says the president can't do nothing without the prime minister, basically. So that separation of powers go on there. The executive and the legislature are locked. But then there are these things called commissions. But the president is in charge of the commissions. At least certainly who heads those commissions. The president selects them. Right? So there's something called the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Anything with the word commission in this country, the president decides, and those commissions report to the president. And all the prime minister has to do is install the right president.
You have voice notes, you have calls.
I just finished nobody think they're nearly done.
All right,
the president will install the right commissioners to the right commissions. So the Elections Boundaries Commission has been captured for decades because the PNM has had very long runs of governance. And you have the opportunity to install your people in key positions in these commissions, and they are public servants. You can't really remove them. You serve your 33 and a third, make sure you bring in your niece and your daughter and your son, and that becomes a family tradition. And the Elections and Boundaries Commission almost certainly is that. Certainly the head was for a long time. The niece of a very strong PNM person. So you saw the meddling in Tobago. Now you will see the meddling in Trinidad. But it is not illegal. It is not accidental. It is a function of our Constitution.
Andy, good morning, and to all the listeners. Andy, I wonder if people could remember as soon as the new $100 notes reach in Trinidad, inputs say $500 million missing. I wonder if people in this country that's listening to what the PNM people has been saying. Imsbert, you is the Minister of Finance. You tell me where the money gone now, brother. Brother man. Stink man. Where the money gone? All you feel nobody doesn't be listening to all you. And Andy, you hear Tobago get their own self-rule now? I wonder if I'm mistaken. But I hear over the news this morning they get their own self-rule. Let me see what will happen now, man. And Rowley step shifting the boundaries now, boy. Are you desperate so? Are you desperate so? You're desperate to only win now, but you're desperate for the jail that UNC have for you. And I wonder if really UNC really considering investigating everything like how Trump do it. Trump ain't making joke, you know. I ain't people talking about Trump like that, you know. They're talking about everything else, but they ain't talking about what Trump doing now. Sending back all the illegal immigrants and investigating the FBI, CIA, and Secret Service and all the lackadaisical attitude they had when Trump gets shot during the election campaign, investigating it. Thanks. Andy, morning again. Andy, why under the
Go ahead, caller. Morning, caller. Oh, finish that voice. No telling. Morning, caller. Oh boy.
PNM, there's always so much confusion in this country with this government, with PNM. There's a problem with the airline pilot. There's a problem with the people who working on the port. What really going on with this? And Rory take $50 million for entertainment. And they have medicine, the schools on them, dilapidated, the roads on them bad. And people still like that man, boy. What's wrong with these nasty set of people who just vote for them, boy? You're so stink, boy. Andy, morning again. How you could give this nasty stink mouth man to say hello to Aisha Rose after she said so much a nasty thing about UNC? Andy, really, what kind of program are they running there, boy? Are you sick or what, boy?
Man, madman, boy, leave here. Right? All right, let me continue. Yes, man, mad, you know, man. I find, sorry they say it, nasty. All right, let me continue some voice notes there.
Pleasant good morning, Grove Report. Andy, well, look at that, sign of Lennox are wrong. 1 minute I see him, next minute I ain't seen him, so I guess sign if he's out. But I believe that the concerning the national observers, I should say, meaning that the CARICOM observers, I think that's on the books, you know, they can't deny that, you know, for the general election. So that was always there, you understand? So he play like now he get, you know, all right, all the observers, we go get CARICOM observers. But needless to say, I believe that they can't stop that one. So that was always there on, as you would say, on the books. You understand? So Lennox.
That wasn't always there on no books, huh?
Go ahead, caller. And we on the ground report did say that what Rowley will do, Mikey, I think let's say that. What Rowley will do is tell we take CARICOM observers in order for it to look good. I think you did say that.
That wasn't always on the books at all, no? It's because of the pressure and the fact of the matter. But to stand up and say I have nothing to hide, you could invite the others as well. At least invite, there's about 6 of them, invite about 3 out of the 6. You have nothing to hide. You still have the Carter Center, you have the OS, you still have Commonwealth, so you still have observers besides CARICOM that you could sing. But don't make it look as though you're doing us a favor. That's the issue.
Yes. Don't make it feel like you're doing me a favor.
Yeah.
Right, let me see what other voice note. Oh boy.
If you have any information on that, let me see if that was written in stone, as it is say, that the CARICOM observers.
Oh boy. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You're live.
Hello?
Yes, you're live on the ground report. What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Oh no, I just wanted to find out. It's only a contribution on the ground.
Only a what? We ain't hearing you, right? So let me finish those voice.
Yeah, let him call back now. I want to hear exactly where you're going with that.
Yeah. Call back, caller.
And as you would say, on the books. You understand? So, Lennox, if you have any information on that, let me see if that was written in stone, as it is say, that the CARICOM observers could be here and will be here because of the law. That's what I'm trying to get at. So, you know, let me see what is going on. But let me tell you something. PNM must go on. Too much. But this is a ledger. The word on the ground. word on the ground. People starting to lean to uncivil unrest. So I mean, we just try to calm the things down, So let we don't go that way and just let we do the right thing, We just under 10 months to have voting, so let we do what we have to do, and everybody fed up, everybody know what's going on, and let it be. All right, blessings everyone.
Andy, good morning. What I want to say is that you see what happened in Syria? The people toppled the government. Bashir was in power for 50 years. And the people there get fed up with him and they toppled him. And they removed him. He had to leave and run to Russia, where he seek asylum. Why Trinidad people don't do that and get rid of Rowley? Topple the PNM government. But they don't have the belly. You see? Morning. Tell Imbot and Rowley to bring back we money. We need we money. We can't let we money sleep out. So tell them all the money they can carry to Swiss Bank and Cayman Islands and all these places to bring it back. We need it.
Good morning, my brother. Good morning, brother. Wonderful show as usual. Mr. Mikey K, Mr. Andy Williams, and Mr. Lennox Smith. Right? The EBC is the thing we're supposed to be on right now. $10 million towards the EBC. To do what? They're looking to rig the election. I tell all of that from the beginning. Looking to rig the election. They had a thief the election to win. You see, they don't say that move the boundaries and thing. This is what's going on now. He want Caribbean observers, CARICOM observers. He don't want foreign observers. Yes, and because they want a TV election because they're easy to sell out in the Caribbean here. Money talks. You understand? I don't listen to people like Kingsley. Them is waste of time. You understand? Them is waste of time. Them is political grasshoppers. Looking to see what they get. You understand? It's profit they want. And a man, you advocating for the PNM. Right? Because your nephew is a PNM. He went for a safe seat. Why he didn't go up for UNC? If you advocated for the UNC and you supported the UNC, you should have let him go up for the UNC. But he went up for the PNM because you know why UNC can never win nothing in life until ask Lennox Smith. Any other party go there can never win. They love the PNM, they love the suffrage, and they love the pain. So he went for an easy seat. He's surety about that seat. Going up for UNC with you, he will never win nothing. So he went for a political seat there. PNM, he know he surety win, so he have a place in parliament. Come on, man. People are no fools in this country. You understand?
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, all patriots. Why do some people seek to destroy the very things they claim to love? Why? Why it is people put down flags claiming to love it, but praying to others?
Boy, oh boy, last voice note. So
Morning, Andy. Tell me, it is only a report on the ground report this morning, or are you taking other issues as well?
Yes, all issues. All issues. So you could send
Good morning, Andy, to you again. Is your program this morning only based on the ground report, or are you on other issues as well? Thank you.
Yes, you can raise your issue, my brother. You can call and raise your issue. What bad roads, what water, what medication in the hospital, what pension, what you love Dr. Rowley, you support the PNM. You can call and raise whatever issue you want to raise. So make your call, my brother. Let me take this call. Morning, caller.
Issues as well. Thank you.
Yes, you can raise your issue, my brother. You can call and raise your issue. What bad roads, what water, what medication in the hospital, what pension, what you love Dr. Rowley, you support the PNM. You can call and raise whatever issue you want to raise. So make your call, my brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead, caller.
Move from the background, Ramnarayan. Go ahead.
You're on.
Good morning,
caller.
Good morning, Lennox. Good morning, Mikey K. What I want to say is that Rowley is playing a game. Rowley is playing a game like what Robinson did. Go on the sideline, and if PNM win the election, he's going to put himself in a position that he could get president of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the game that Rowley is playing. And people can't see that. You see? He wants to do the same thing Robertson did. Prime Minister and then President. So he wants to follow suit with Robertson. But he can't become like Robertson. Robertson didn't use Obia to get in the power to fight for the people. You see? So that is what I really have in mind. You know, I will sideline myself if PNM win the election. And then when this president time due, that they will vote me in as president. That is his intention. You see? Anyhow, Andy, take care.
All right, Mr. Ramnarine.
Rowdy has no clear intention. Let's make that clear. He has no clear intention. And what we're doing is just assuming. Things are not all well, and it appear to be as though they are all amalgamated and in solidarity, but that they are not united at all. At all. I mean, listen, man, you have someone who is a minion, who is being paid, right? Comes to tell you that a cabinet minister leaked a document to what? To embarrass Imbut? People understand these allegations, you know, right? And the headlines now, if you look at it, is something that has somewhat, you know, taken away from the main issues. Tobago is not being treated well at all. It is the opposition leader who said Imbut has been exposed by his own cabinet note as either an incompetent or a liar. The public will decide, because remember last week, Thursday, right, when he had that press conference, but come 1 p.m. last Friday, he seemed as though he regained his memory. What is also concerning is that every member of the cabinet must have known about these massive cost overruns and design issues, but they all remained quiet and assisted in covering it up from the public. The opposition leader went on to say that this corrupt cabinet are the same people who have shamelessly been selected by the PNM to face the 2025 general election as candidates. The same people. They knew about it. And then to come and tell us that, listen, I don't do the hiring because I don't have NITCO report. I don't have that. So how much is all of this cost overrun going to cost at the end of the day? And you notice that has just disappeared from the headlines, because again they come with some distraction about who coming to take over who, and Rowley was tight-lipped. Maybe they didn't expect Amory Brown to actually come out and say, I don't know nothing about that. Maybe he was supposed to say, well, you know, no comment, we wait and see. But he cleared it because I guess of his integrity. He said, listen, I don't want to be involved in that. That's not true. That's not true. I don't know nothing about it. So all this game and the media reaching out to Dr. Rowley and he ain't saying nothing, because that's what they want. That's what they want. They want this distraction to be on the front page, to be out there in the minds of people. That has absolutely nothing to do with what is taking place in this country. She said he was extremely disorganized and contradicted himself multiple times in the press conference. That does not sound like Imbut. Fumbling with figures and confused when faced with questions by reporters. He appeared lost and panicked. His own cabinet note admitted to massive cost overruns and flawed designs coupled with inferior work. And she said that she reminds the country that he brought the note with the reports attached to cabinet and got it approved only last week. How did he not remember the note and reports, but remember today after publication by the media? How? She said that Imbut misled the public as there are no savings on land acquisition, as that process is still ongoing. The government took money from the 300 million land acquisition loan to pay for cost overruns. Imagine that. So people, we cannot be distracted. That doesn't sound like Imbut. Is this deliberately being done? We're just asking. We're just asking. What's playing out here could be a serious political act that is being grind before our very eyes. Because remember, the late Patrick Manning made it clear there are certain people that you definitely don't mess with because they could bring down your government. They could bring down a PNM government. We have to stay laser focused, Andy. Understand? There's political blood in the water, and we have to go in for the political kill, but we have to get involved. So forget about all who throw in words and throw in this. They have nothing to do. They have nothing to do. They didn't read the fine print. When they came on board, they didn't read the fine print. They wanted to be the great defender, the great fighter, the great rebellion, whatever. All in their mind, exists in their mind. The great this, the great that. Man, people have lives to live. They have lives, and most of the people who talking don't have chick chat, not even a parrot on a damn stick. So forget them. We have to save this country. It is our responsibility. You know why? Because we all want to live better.
Oh boy, 1 minute to the hour, Mikey, of 10 o'clock. Let's rack up things, man. Until tomorrow, we'll play those voice notes that didn't get to finish.
We'll play those voice notes tomorrow. Yeah. Keep it short with the voice notes again. People, it's been a pleasure. Don't forget, of course, try and stay alive. Of course, this evening, 7 o'clock, ILTV, and also streaming here on Real Media. You'll have The Observer with yours truly, Mikey K. And at 8 o'clock, our very own Lennox Smith on social media, Corridor Transformation. We have a lot of work to do. We are doing it. Let's get it done together. For the people, by the people, and with the people. Stop being on people. Forget people, man. Stay focused. Laser focus. Get involved. That's what we're talking about. Until tomorrow, we are out of here.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.
Man. Yeah, buy no shoes and thing. And make yeah, buy no shirt and thing. Soon as PNM win. Not a thing, not a thing, not a thing. Well, the tax in me house and thing. And me cash up online and thing. What a thing, oh, what a thing, what a thing, what a thing. Down in Trinidad, I play a gun, shut a fling. Every day them get up is a war, war, war. Where the Ras and Aki really fighting for. Cause the rich still rich and the poor still poor. No matter how we knock on the door, door. Well, the poor can't take it no more. Show them nines, they go drum and fish, shaw. We really don't care about the la la la. We really don't care about the la la la. When me can't buy no books and thing, and me can't buy no food and thing. Not a thing, not a thing, not a thing. Man, soon as PNM win, youth want smartphone and thing, but they can't go to school and thing. Not a thing, not a thing, not a thing. Man, soon as PNM win. What? Tell me what I want. Tell me what I want. Don't me Trinidad, please tell me what I want. Each and every day a new pick me a band. Up on the radio station me I hear about horn. But when I read the news another youth get con. Another mother cry, another mother mourn. Me a teach the youth from dusk till the dawn. Tell them bad mind can't stop me at all.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.